Who supervises LASMA? Because we could reform. I mean, with due respect,
LASMA is an agency.
The police has been reformed and over-reformed and reformed again, but we still have the same output. So if there is not a monitoring system that checks to make sure that people are doing their jobs, what's the essence of this reformation?
The police is the Nigerian police. It's a big, humongous organization. Either or not we deserve a state police is a different matter. But for now, it's Nigerian police. LASMA is Lagos State Traffic Management Authority. Lagos State. So it's not our business to go and monitor traffic in Ogun, in Oyo, or in Plateau, or in Jigawa. We have a geographical zone where we cover. What we need to do, we have to bring in more people into LASMA. We have to employ more people.
What bringing more people into LASMA, I don't know how that solves the problem. The people you already have clearly stated that they're underpaid. And so bringing in more people means that the wage bill goes up. Already, have they been able to pay them well? Because remuneration is also somewhat of an encouragement here.
You are averting your mind to wage. The first problem is not wage. The first problem is this is a very large state. It's not a small state.
Absolutely.
We're not talking of LASMA for VGC or talking of LASMA for Lekki. We're looking at the state from a holistic perspective. There is problem everywhere. We need to have a system that caters for the entire state. We need to have a LASMA that can align with the local governments. We need supervisory agencies from all this level. In terms of number, we don't have enough. Coupled with the indiscipline of Lagos drivers, you find them, they just face traffic and there's gridlock. If you go to the Eko Bridge, you know there was fire recently, therefore they are repairing a part of the bridge. On that part that is not repaired, you find downfall, you find Okada riders facing traffic, and it makes movement in that area completely unmanageable. So you need some people there to ensure that such things don't happen. Incentive to LASMA, for crying out loud, working in the sun is not the easiest job to do. If they put you and I in the sun, we're not going to be that comfortable. But we have an agency that is for traffic. We need to develop the water. We need to develop the railway. We need to create alternative road transportation. So that, and you don't even need to come into the city every day. You see one man is driving 4 vacancies. You see another one, 2 people, 3 vacancies. So there is underutilization of those vehicles. So that's why I suggest that we go back. We go back to the drawing board and consider the issue of monitoring traffic and the park and ride system. And one of the problems again on our roads is the street traders. You have street traders, you have urchins on the road, you have women who are carrying children to beg for money, you have people selling gala, they are selling all sorts of things. So you need a system whereby you get them off the road. The problem in Tinubu and other areas, even in Agbara, down to Badagry, is the number of people that are trading on the road. The road is not a place for you to trade. So you need to create an avenue for them to trade elsewhere. It is not unlikely that you can have what they call a Sunday market. If you want a Sunday market in Lagos Island, for example, you close down about Macaulay, you close it down to Idumota. So that on Sunday, there's Liverpool trading Sunday market in England. In London, you go there to shop. People go there every Sunday, you meet yourselves. We can introduce that in different parts of the state. But on a Monday to Saturday basis, when we are going to work and we need to move properly and within time, we cannot allow street urchins, we cannot allow women carrying children beg on the road. We cannot find people who are selling, they sell chicken, they sell pepper, they sell tomato. You can almost buy everything that you want on the road on your way home. It is not normal. You don't see that in any other society. So there's need for information.
Let's talk about taxation in Lagos. That's another heavy problem for people. All kinds of people are coming for taxes. You know, sometimes you pay 2 times for the same thing. And you can't even sometimes tell the difference between a government official as opposed to these others who pose as, and they have all kinds of names for these taxes. What would the SDP government do to change that situation or monitor it and make sure that people are not necessarily ripped off of their hard-earned money?
Taxation in Lagos is abnormal. It seems like they have a set of people who sit down in a corner and on their bad day, they will introduce one form of tax. is a state of multiple taxation, and that is not the way it should be. But we also know that in our internally generated revenue in the state, there's a company that is collecting the money that collects a percentage. There is no reason why Alpha Beta should collect a dime in our state. We have a Lagos State internally generated revenue service. It is the duty of that organization to collect tax and to keep the money in the state. We don't have an obligation to pay to anybody.
Why do you think the Lagos State government introduced Alpha Beta into the system?
Well, there was a time when the allocation of Lagos State was withheld by the federal government. Mm-hmm. And the reason why that happened was they felt that they could not create LCDAs standing side by side with local government, that the Constitution of Nigeria did not recognize LCDA. So the money was withheld. And at that time, and we must praise the ingenuity of the government at that time, what they tried to do was to ensure that they widened their tax nets in such a way to collect as much as is humanly possible. And it was the wisdom of the people then to bring in this tax agency. But we have left that situation. The money was released to government. Allocation has been paid as and when necessary to the Lagos State government. So that organization has been completely irrelevant in the system. So we don't need to pay them anything. We have the manpower for that.
So,
remember the
if you were governor, you would make sure that the government cuts ties with Alpha Beta?
No, I will rescind the contract they won. They won. If they like, they take me to go and test the veracity of that decision in court. I will rescind it on day one by an executive order. And number two, if you remember, there was a time they told this Lekki-Ekpe Express Road, if you remember very well. We used to pay toll, the Lekki-Ekpe Express Road, and then the Osborne-Ikoyi Road. And there was this NSAS problem. Mm-hmm. And after the NSAS, there were issues about collecting at both points. And it was the contention of people like us who knew that it was like an abnormal tax. If we have to apply a road just to move from Osborne to Lekki, it's a very short road, it's a short bridge. And we have to pay, at that time, 400 naira per trip. If I pass that place 3 times a day, I pay 400. It was not a daily pass. And it perpetuated hardship on people who lived in that axis. And that axis is not just Ekpe. It's not Lekki, it's Lekki, VGC, Abramadation down to Ekpe. And government was gracious enough to listen to the protestation of the people. And the money was not introduced. We commend them. But you see, they brought again another one recently. They say it's parking tax or parking charge. We can't continue like this. Because we are in a time in this country whereby people are starving. People are hungry. There's no money. Diesel is 800 naira per liter. You can't buy kerosene. You can't eat bread. Then they say you should come and pay for things. We have to be reasonable in the way we traumatize the people. We have to find a way of generating money for the state. It cannot be tax. It must stop. Okay. So for me, for our own governments, one of the things we will do is to look holistically at the tax regime of government, okay, and to see the possibility of abandoning most of this.
All right. Finally, let's talk party politics. The SDP is not as popular in Lagos as opposed to the PDP, who's the main opposition, and of course the ruling All Progressive Congress. What makes you think that you stand a chance?
You see, this question of popularity, I agree with you, but there is no statistical basis for it. But what I'll tell you now is this. I don't believe that the man who spends 12 hours on the road every day, or who spends 9 hours of the road, is going to think about party when he's going to cast his vote. He will likely think about the most efficacious person who can come into government and make a change.
But that person is being brought to the fore by a political party, like it or not.
May I tell you, you have not allowed me to finish. You've not allowed me to finish. The political party is an instrument for electioneering. Do you agree with me? It's an instrument. I want to contest. I cannot contest as myself because the law does not permit me to do so. So I will go to a party and I'm contesting for SDP. Remember, SDP was MK Abiola's party. is not unknown. It was a party between that Abiola and Baba Gana Kingibe used as the vehicle for their campaign and their election.
We're in 2023.
Yes, we are the people that still experienced that time. We are not dead. And remember also that there were people who could not vote in last election. People who are 14 then, now they are 18. People who are 15, now they are 19. They are going to vote. And you can see what the ANSAS taught us, that we can no longer neglect the youths of this country. We need to understand that they are not going to vote from the perspective of Baba Sope, Abi Emilio. No, they are going to vote from the perspective of what they can see on the floor as people who can save them and their destiny.
Okay.
The dollar today is 700 naira to $1. Today, 700 naira to $1. There was a time in this country the dollar was 80 naira, 80 kobo. 1 naira for $1 in this Nigeria in our generation. But now imagine people who engage in all forms of foreign exchange. Cost of tickets going from Lagos to Abuja now is about 85 to 100,000. How much do you pay to travel? Are we going to stop all this because we cannot manage our system? Anything that is dollar-based, bread is 1,100. Kerosene, diesel, where are the refineries? And you are telling me party. This is no longer party. This is going to be the practicality of people who can save us and save our children and save our destiny and restore the dignity of our country in the community of nations, my dear. It cannot be party.
Okay.
We're going to look at people, and I can tell you, as we go on, you will monitor. We are going to campaign from the nooks and all the nooks and crannies of the state. Okay. We are going to carry the message of all 2023.
All right. Well, I wish you all the best
in your
campaigns. Well, Chief Kunle Usman is the SDP governorship candidate for Lagos State. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We appreciate your coming.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much for availing me the opportunity to send the message of hope to Nigerians everywhere.
All right. Well, we'll take a quick break. When we return, we'll be talking about the assessment of the Buhari-led administration as the president himself gave himself a pat on the back. We'll be right back. President Muhammadu Buhari on Tuesday said his regime has done extremely well considering the limited resources available to it. The president spoke during a stakeholder meeting at Imo State Government House in Owerri, the state capital, after inaugurating the Owerri-Olu Road. This was phase 1 of the Owerri-Ukigwe Road and the State House of Assembly complex rebuilt by the administration of the state governor, Hope Uzodinma. Now, he said his regime was able to achieve much despite the scarce resources at his disposal. He extolled the regime for dislodging the Boko Haram terrorists in the northeast and tackling infrastructural decay, which he said he inherited from the People's Democratic Party's administration in 2015. Now, while saluting the Imo State governor for prioritizing construction and institutional reforms in the past 3 years, the president said his regime will leave a legacy of major development projects across the country. Joining us to discuss this is Tunji Abdulhamid. He's a legal practitioner. Alester Wilcox is a public affairs analyst and a chartered accountant. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you
Lester,
for having me. Yeah,
great,
thank you.
great. Tunji, I'm going to start with you because we're assessing Mr. President. For every time we get close to an election cycle, there's a need for that assessment to happen. And Nigerians always ask the question when the president says, well, I've done well. My administration has fared well. We've done this and that. But let's start with the first thing that the president has said. Looking at the resources that were available, according to Mr. President, they've done remarkably well, being that this administration may not be swimming in much money as, of course, the Jonathan administration or even the previous administrations. What are your thoughts?
It's laughable for Mr. President to say he has done well. Not even done well. He said he has done extremely well. I don't understand what the president is talking about that. Though it's his opinion, he has an opinion to say whatever he thinks. But as far as I know, a student will not be the one to mark his scheme and give himself a score. You do your exam and you leave the result to the what's it called, the examiner or the lecturers to mark it. And in this instance, the Nigerians are the examiner, and they were the lecturers who will mark the script. For me, as a person, the president has not done well, not even extremely well. If I have to mark the president and give them any percentage, I will give the administration 30%, which is below the pass mark. The president seems to have forgotten that the basic responsibility of the government is to provide security and welfare. I have not seen that security available in this country. Yes, the president said, alluded to the fact that Boko Haram and whatever has been taken away from Borno and Adamawa. But the offspring of Boko Haram are now giving us problems. Kidnappers, bandits, everywhere. At that time, the Boko Haram was restricted only to Borno and Adamawa. But today, everywhere in the country is not safe. Nobody is safe any longer. And that is why the infrastructure being alleged to by the president, because it includes the rail line, which has been abandoned for now, at Abuja-Kaduna Road, has been suspended because of the Boko Haram attack, which is insecurity. The other area the president will talk about, the infrastructure is talking about, the Lagos-Ibadan Express Road, just 127 kilometers, out of about thousands of roads in Nigeria. And the president is saying he has done well. The president is talking about the second Niger bridge. Out of how much? The president got over 40 trillion debts. Incur about 40 trillion debt, aside the money being generated within the country. This government has given us a tax in so many areas, and they were still generating money. Today, they are complaining. Initially, they were complaining about the low price fuel. Today, we are earning more. Nobody is earning that. I have not, to me, vis-a-vis what is on ground, vis-a-vis the amount spent, vis-a-vis the responsibility of the government, which is by Section 14 of 2, which is to provide the primary responsibility to provide welfare and security. The president has not even done well, not to talk of extremely well, as far as I'm concerned.
Are we being fair to Mr. President and his administration when we say nowhere is secure? I mean, you're calling me from a secure place, I presume. So I'm guessing that some places might be secure. There might be other issues that the president raised that we might not agree with. But in terms of, everywhere being insecure, I mean, are we being fair here?
And even the Mr. President cannot dare to travel from Lagos to Ibadan without escorts. Talk less of 2G as an individual. I am in my house. In my house, I'm even afraid. Should we be rooted inside our house or houses? We can't travel anywhere. You'll be scared. Alessa and some other people, Alessa cannot go to Ondo State on road without being scared. You and cannot go. 2G cannot go. And we say everywhere is secure. What is secure in that one? When you cannot even travel. The president, I'm very sure, since the president became the president, he has not traveled from Lagos to Ibadan by road. He didn't even know how the road is. So he can't tell me he has done well. That. As far as I'm concerned, the basic responsibility of the government is to provide security and welfare. If you mark the government in that respect, the president has failed. If you provide it, let him admit that the president has provided infrastructure that cannot use. What is the benefit of that infrastructure? The Abuja Kaduna Rail now was suspended for a while just because of attack, insecurity. The Lagos Ibadan road they are talking about, as far as I'm concerned, I travel that route almost every week. is just 70 or 80% completed. 70%. And it's not done yet. And I don't see that one as something that one you be boasting of. I say I've done well because I've done the Lagos Ibadan road, because I've done second Niger bridge. Out of how much? Okay. Out of how many years?
Okay.
Out of how many loans? 40 point something trillion. Not to talk of the intergenerated revenue.
Okay.
Billions of trillions of naira. And you say you have done well. It's not, as far as I'm concerned, the president is not telling himself the truth.
Lester, I'd like to bring you in here. The president, of course, knew what he was dealing with when he said he wanted to be president in 2015 and he got that mandate. He did promise us that he was going to fight insecurity. Now, he said also in this speech that he's been able to dislodge Boko Haram. He's talked about, the issue of infrastructure. He's also talked about the meager funds that was available to his government and that he's done well, extremely well, I might add, dealing with the country. But then we all know that it's not been really rosy for Mr. President. But maybe the president is in a position to say, well, I think I did the right thing. I think I've done well so far. I didn't even presume that I'd be able to reach this mark. And so I'm wondering why Tunji would say that the president hasn't done anything. Maybe from your perspective, you'll be able to give us more light.
Well, when I was overhearing Tunji, when he came in, I heard Alesta. I did not Alesta. So already he knows where I belong. And I like his ranking. He said he's not safe. He chooses not to be safe. I'm very, very safe. So I don't have any issue with being safe. He said I cannot travel. My family lives in Ibadan, and I go to Ibadan actually every weekend. And I drive down. I live in Port Harcourt, but I'm from Port Harcourt. I'm from Rivers State. This year alone has made 4 trips by road to Port Harcourt and back. December is home. So if it's not safe, and he's telling people that they are not safe, I'm safe. I'm not. I mean, if Tunji goes to Oyibo today, he will count how many vehicles that are going to Sokoto, Kano, Kaduna, Katsina that left today. So I say nobody's traveling. I'm sure if he goes to Djibowu tomorrow morning or Charity Bottom, any of those places, even at Ajah, he cannot count the number of vehicles that will load and go to the east, north, Abuja, everywhere. And he still says he's not safe and still nobody's traveling. That shows the mindset of Nigerians. It's not secular to my friend on the studio. That is Nigerian mindset.
But why do you think Nigerians have that mindset? Because Nigerians would not just wake up and have that mindset, should they?
About your country. And all you have about your country is woe. Just keep expanding negativity. And that makes you happy. And you say you're not safe. My dear brother, I am very, very safe. I travel, and God has been my protector, just as he has been from time past, he's going to be, and Nigerians are traveling. Now, let's face what the president said. He said he has done extremely well in infrastructure. And no, even the blind that live in this country after 2015 know the state of our infrastructure in Nigeria. Even the power infrastructure. Everybody that is true to his conscience or to his God or to his human being, that will tell you the state of infrastructure in this country. He will tell you how Lagos Ibadan Expressway was. He will tell you how Lagos Benin Expressway. He will tell you how Onitsha, Enugu Port Harcourt. He will tell you how Kano Kaduna Road. He will tell you how Oyo Ogbomoso Road. I'm not working for government. I'm not working anywhere around government. But you see, when we don't appreciate something, and all we see is evil, then you will keep sleeping what you are seeing. It's just like when the 12 spies went to spy the land of Canaan, and then came up with bad reports. What did they get? They got bad. The two that came out with good reports, are they not enjoying the land today? Is there the same are not enjoying the land today? So please, gentlemen, the president said he has done well in fact, and the problem is true. You never knew anything about rail, Ibadan Lagos before. Since you are born, have you ever known such a rail line? Have you ever known that
So let's say you're trying to tell us that there have never been train services in Nigeria since Nigeria became a country, but that the Buhari administration was the first administration to introduce rail lines to us as a country. Is this a joke?
Never made a bit as an audio bridge. It has been there on audio. Every government comes, they promise to start the second major bridge. So you see that this is something that somebody is doing. And every day, you are seeing the progress of work. Before now, you cannot come from Umuahia to Enugu, explore it today, and see how smooth. Even though that the people of the Southeast so much hate this man, but yet, when they come on that road, they still admit that he has done something for them. So we are looking at income, this service, what is on ground.
Okay.
When they came in, oil price was so low. It's not because of this Russia-Ukraine war that you are getting a respite with oil price, which is our mainstay.
Can I come in? Can I come in because I like where you're going, but I'm interested in the parts where you say since we were born, if we've ever heard anything about this rails or the rail lines. I'm certain that you know that we've had train services in this country before the Buhari administration came in. And let's not forget who started that before Buhari decided to complete it. That's one. Secondly, when we keep talking about infrastructure, we just talk about, roads. We keep talking about the expressways that government... this is what taxpayers' monies are meant for, right? Why should we be rolling... I'm sorry, just hold on. Let me get to my point. Should we be rolling out the drums because somebody used our monies that he's supposed to use to fix roads for us? Should we be rolling out the drums? Again, do you think that this is what Nigerians want? Just infrastructure and, of course, in his words, dislodging Boko Haram. At this point in Nigeria's life, what do you think that we need right now? Is it what Mr. President has given to us? And should that be something he should be applauding himself for?
Miriam, the biggest room in the world is the room for improvement. I'm sure you know that. Now, nobody's saying that you can beat drum, and the president is not asking to go and beat drum for him because he did what he's supposed to do. He's only telling you what he has done based on what is available. It is not that every month the American president comes up to tell you how many jobs he has created. Is that not what he was elected to do? Every time they will tell you what they are doing. Because when the public, if you are not living in Maiduguri before 2015, if you are not living in Maiduguri, you will not understand how the people of Borno are feeling today. You will be here using your borrowed data to abuse and say nothing is happening. And the man that is living in Maiduguri at 2015 and today will tell you a different story. So he needs to speak it out. Look, he said there was rail line, one locomotive line, which was not even functional. Lagos Ibadan he had a locomotive line. From this local train that goes from Ido to Alagbado with people on top and everything. Have you entered the new train? This is a project conceived from a conception. They inherited the Kaduna Kanu. No, sorry, they came Abuja Kaduna, which Abacha started. They inherited it at about 90% completion, completed it and launched it. Now, they started the Lagos Ibadan from scratch. And today, those who are using that service will not pay what you are saying. Okay. It is their work, and they are doing it. Okay. And when it is being done, and you are not acknowledging it, whether you are deriding it, you are talking it down, as if nothing is happening.
Okay.
You are talking it down, you are deriding it. Your military men are out there taking the supreme price for you, and you keep criticizing them, saying they're doing nothing.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure we were talking about military men here, but you haven't really totally answered my question, but I think Tunji wants to come in here.
Yes, I want to come in. Alesta is talking as if before the Buhari administration, there are no roads in Nigeria. As if Buhari was the one who did all the roads in Nigeria. Every successive government has been doing roads.
Can you let him speak, please?
Every successive government in this country has been doing roads. There are times when you cannot go to Benin, you spend hours. The roads are free before Buhari came into power, and it was free by somebody. You don't hear complaint of roads in the north. It was done by the government. So when the government came into power, borrow 40 trillion plus, did and he's saying he did the Lagos by the road, and he did how many kilometer rail? The Lagos by the road is just 107 kilometer. He did the second Niger bridge that has not been even completed. Out of how many years? 8 years. And out of how much? And you are saying he has done infrastructure. What kind of infrastructure is that? When you are looking at infrastructure, whether he has done what? It's like me. It's like Anne giving me 1 million naira to buy, give me 10 million naira to buy a car for her. And I had to buy a 1 million naira car. And I brought it and just say, hey, maybe somebody that don't buy anything for you. Have you done well? No. You have not done anything well. You have not done anything special. Road have been, every government have been doing road. Every government have been doing one thing or the other. Since 70s, rail have been there. It's been working. So it's not a new thing. And the one that has been done by this government now is being abandoned because of insecurity. So I don't see how I should be praising president or is prepared. In any event, the president cannot be the one to determine whether or not he has done well. It is Nigerians. And as far as I'm concerned, if you do the what's it called, the assessment from the people, the result you will get, you will surprise. Well, how much is the gari in the market? How much is dollar today? Okay. How much was it when
Gentlemen, I'm going to bring you back to the question that I asked, because Lester, I would really need Lester to answer that question. I will need for you two to answer that question. At this point in the life of Nigerians, what do you think that we want right now? Because Lester is harping on what Mr. President has said. Fine and well, he's a supporter of Mr. President. He's saying what the president has done is fine, it's well, and Nigerians need to be applauding Mr. President. But what do we need right now? And can we really look back at the 7+ years that President Buhari has led us to say he did something, and that and he's left a legacy that we'll continuously remember him for? I beg your pardon. He promised to fight, corruption. We don't know if he has more than doubled as we speak. He promised to fight insecurity, but he has spearheaded into, a hydra-headed monster. He promised to deal with unemployment and underemployment and create jobs. I do not know if this government has been able to do any of that. So the question I pose to both of you gentlemen, the elections are around the corner. What should Nigerians be expecting? Because again, the president's party is fielding another candidate, and so are other political parties. What should the average Nigerian be looking for?
Is that for me?
Yes, please. You go first.
Okay, I think yes. Most times, you people in the media, you do what they call armchair.
Lester, please answer the question. We're tired of this story that you make up about the media. Please answer the question. Yes, but you always look for a way to not answer the question and bring the media into it. Please answer the question. What do you think that Nigerians will hold as a legacy for the Buhari administration? The media is not your problem. Please tell us what your government will leave as a legacy. Quickly.
Go to where I ask what they say. Go to where I ask what they say. You think performance is only by the price of rice? If it's by the price of rice, then the PDP, your former government that you support, stay woefully. Because no one they took over rice, then Abacha would have been a cent. Because at Abacha time, rice was 800 naira a bag. In fact, if the price of rice is the basis of judging a government. Look, you look at it holistically. Do you know how many jobs are created when the rail lines are built? Do you know how many jobs are being created when the expressways are being built? Do you know how many jobs people are having when they are building the second Niger bridge? You don't count these things. You sit in your office and you are taking social media.
You're an accountant. Can you give us statistics as to how much job creation has come under the Buhari administration? I'd really like to hear from you because you give us all this information. You seem to have it.
What is the pound weight against the dollar? Does that make the British government a failure? What is the rate of the pound against the dollar today? If you may know.
Because he has no answer to that.
Lester, I really would like for you to tell me what will be the legacy for the last time. What will be the legacy of the Buhari administration after 2023? What would be the legacy of the Buhari administration after 2023?
And feed the country with faith and disinformation.
I think you do not have an answer to my question, Lester, so I'll toss it to Tunji because we're almost out of time.
I have fully answered your question.
All right. All right. Go ahead, Tunji.
As far as I'm concerned, what Nigeria needs now, we need a government that knows what our problems are and who will deal with the problems, not the one that will complain and
but Nigerians know their problems. Politicians are part of Nigeria.
We need solutions. We need people that will bring solutions to us, not people that will complain and talk about. If PDP that were there before now have done well, the people will not vote for APC. They will allow them to continue. So we all know that somebody else came into power, probably the people are not satisfied, and they say, go. So that's if start complaining for 7 years will not solve any problem. As far as I'm concerned, Nigerians need people who knows the problem. And
Where
who
can
has
these
solution to
people
the
be
problem.
found? Because again, it seems like the system keeps throwing up the same group of people.
Yes,
We hear all of these
it's
promises, but at the end of the day, we don't even get a pinch of all of the promises that were made. So again, we're not here to talk about our problems. We know the problems. Who brings the solution? And again, I asked Lester this question: What will be the legacy of the Buhari administration after 2023?
There is not, as far as I'm concerned. I don't know any. You talk about employment now. We have more unemployment than even people that have employed. People that lost their job are many. So I don't even know what the only legacy that I can see from the president is drawing us back. That is legacy I know that is glaring. No other one is glaring. What we have been drawn back to the ages, those olden ages where we are doing things the way it was done that time. So as far as I'm concerned, you see, we will still the system will still throw out the same people for us because most of us are not interested in it. We don't see governance as our problem. We all should be involved in it and see it as our problem, not politician problem. We are all politicians. We also be politicians because if you are interested in governance, you are a politician. So except if you are not interested in government, you can say you are not a politician. So we all need to be interested in it. We need to not to vote based on sentiment. We need not to vote based on the ethnic or religious sentiment, and we look for people who can solve our problem, who can give. I know I will not be surprised. This campaign, there won't be issue. It will still be normal. Dancing, drumming, and chanting, and that's what we're going to see. And government and people will be satisfied. Everybody, no matter what you say, people have their mindsets. They vote based on sentiment. They vote based on religious. They vote based on this and that. Until we change those mentality, we can't get it right.
Well, I want to say thank you. Tunji Abdulamin is a legal practitioner. Lester Wilcox is a public affairs analyst and, of course, a chartered accountant. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being part of this conversation. We will have these same kinds of conversations going forward.
Thank you for having me.
All right. Well, that's it on the show tonight. But before I go, I would like to give you my take. Now, in the course of any campaign, an incumbent is prone to exaggerations of his accomplishments and even wild embellishments of the fact. The lack of transparency and accountability in Nigeria makes it almost impossible to judge an elected official on his merits. Now, bragging about what you've done may typically be frowned upon, but for the sake of convincing an electorate to continue to put its faith in a ruling party, it's par for the course. Now, there is a reason the job of a leader is never done. No matter where in the world you go, the innumerable, wants and needs of people make it impossible for everyone, to be pleased. And long-term projects tend to only pay dividends long after the administration of the originator of those projects might well be over. But no matter how forward-thinking we want our leaders to be, a good leader must find solution to some problems that the people are facing in the short term. It is not for the leader to pat himself on the neck or on the back and grade his efforts as job well done. That is for history to judge. And that's what our presidents and all the people that will come after him should do. I'm Mary Anacon. Have a good evening.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My name is Demola Bakri. To the new entrants to my world, I am Honorable Justice Demola Bakri, a prince from the Jibosho ruling house of the Bagura nation. I was born in Ibadan, then the capital of Old Western State, now the capital of Oyo State. Those were lovely days of peace and tranquility. I attended UMC demonstration school at Okeado, Ibadan, and I remember after school work with my sister and other students from school compound through Imale Falafia College Crescent area. Then, we all never knew what life had in stock for us. It was a life of K, Sera. We had fun, just sleeping and waking up for school the next day. I remember the midday meal, sometimes yam, porridge, and vegetables. I remember fan milk. The dream was to be an electronic engineer, to understand how a voice from the box could reach so many homes. I remember Rediffusion, also my neighbor's television in the early 70s, and my father's struggle to buy one. I remember later my mother's struggle to buy a radio cassette player for the family. It was a compensation for our hard work at cleaning the compound. I remember the creation of states in 1976 and our usual weekend trips from Abeokuta to Ibadan. I remember the Ibadan-Abeokuta road and the Odeda sharp bend with inscription, "Sharp bend ahead, many have gone, be careful." It was indeed an era to behold. I remember the good old days of common entrance into secondary schools and the right to choose based on your ability when it was only 5 kobo per term as allowances. Today in reflection, I wonder why we cannot have a brighter future. Yes, our children deserve more. Let each of us rise to contribute our quota to see to a bright and wonderful future for Nigeria. We still have an opportunity to print our foot boldly on the positive sides of sands of time. Our children deserve a brighter and better tomorrow. Not just the good old days. Let's change the narrative. I join Shemori in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. Commuters were stranded for several hours along the Ibadan-Ife Expressway as the National Association of Nigerian Students mounted a roadblock at Bogon Bypass. The protest, which has been going around major cities, is against the 9-month-long strike embarked upon by the Academic Staff Union of Universities. Addressing reporters, members of the association said the protest has become imperative in order to press home their demand for immediate resolution of the face-off between ASU and the federal government. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari has announced a 200 million naira gift for Nigerian medalists at various international games, including the Commonwealth Games, for their outstanding performances. The president also presented an award of recognition to world record sportswoman Tobi Emuson during a reception for the Nigerian 2022 Commonwealth contingent. The team members were also awarded national honors. Now, President Buhari is presiding over the National Security Council meeting at the Presidential Villa, Abuja. In attendance at the meeting, Vice President Yemi Osinbajo, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, the National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Mongono, retired, and the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari. Also in attendance are the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Onyama, his Police Affairs counterpart, Mohammed Maigari, and Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Magashi, retired. The federal government has disbanded the National Task Force on the prohibition of illegal importation, smuggling of arms, ammunition, light weapons, chemical weapons, and pipeline vandalism. The Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, made the announcement while briefing State House correspondents after the National Security Council meeting in Abuja. Now, following the crisis that is rocking the PDP, one of the leaders in the Delta State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, Comrade Sani Olusegun, has said that the party's national chairman, Senator Yocha Ayu, is not the problem of the party. He said it is important for all party faithfuls to put their house in order and work for the success of the party come 2023 in the general elections. Olusegun, who made the statement in an interview with our Asaba correspondent upon Majero Friday in the Udu local government area of Delta State, appealed to the governor of Rivers State, Ezenwoye Samwike, to accept peace in the party.
What are you really negotiating? Are you the major thing? That you think if Ayu is there, we give PDP the victory we are looking for? It's a simple answer, no. We've gone past that stage. I think what we should be advocating for, what Winke and the leadership of the party and the electorate should be focusing upon, it's a very simple issue. We need a winning trump card. We need a strong winning ace card. You know, so it's enough of exposing our interviews in the press. You think APC doesn't have issues? They do have issues. Like I keep telling other people, Winke is same thing like Amechi from Rivers State. But they kept their cool. They're going to harmonize their own. So the issue of this, we flying this, somebody talks to you, you abuse him to say, take over, you will deliver Kaduna State. That was the last statement he made to McCarthy. Those kind of stuff. And I do not think it is proper at this time. It's not proper at this time. I think Winke is enough. He should try and shield his sword. Has never been a spy in the party. Winke is that kind of man that tells you blue is blue, black is black. So what we are saying, yes, it could be offended psychologically, spiritually, or physically, or politically. But what we are trying to say is enough. He has played a father figure. We do recognize him 2015, 2019, like other city governors like him. Fine, we quite agree. He has already played the manfred of the party. But then it's enough. Enough is enough for Winke. It's getting out of hand. Enough is enough. It's creating an impression that there's it's creating an impression that there's a national problem with PDP. No, that's not true. That's not true. He's doing this thing, we push it on Esther, and some of the city PDP governor will tell him, we'll come to the point and we'll tell him, my friend, the role you played in 2015, the same role we played. If we didn't play that role, we wouldn't have won our state. It's a very simple calculation. I do appreciate it. We do appreciate it, but enough of Winke. Enough is enough. Because we need to move ahead.
A federal high court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the former Minister of Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio, as an All-Progressive Congress senatorial candidate. The court ordered the electoral umpire to accept and publish Akpabio's name as the APC's senatorial candidate for Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District in 2023. In a judgment on Thursday, Justice Emeka Nwite held that INEC acted illegally by refusing to accept and publish Akpabio's name after it was sent by the APC. Now, the lawmaker representing Ogbomoso North local government at the Oyo State House of Assembly, Honorable Wumi Oladeji, has urged women to always endeavor to support other women trying to make positive impact on the society at any level, especially in politics. Honorable Wumi made the appeal while receiving an award by the National President of National Council for Women's Society, Ajie Lami Adamu, in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Added that the pace of women in politics and governance is predicated on how well women support their fellow women. She appealed to women to consolidate on their numeric strength and mobilize themselves towards collections of permanent voters' card, as it is the only democratic means of electing good leaders with genuine intent to serve the people.
We will be going to electioneering period. That we should rally around ourselves against persons that they were all clamoring for. So they allow it to see the light of the day. And there's another bill again that is child sexual offences bill. Violence against women passed into law. And I want to tell all this afternoon that we should all rise up and raise our voices against all forms of violence against women.
Meanwhile, the lawmaker representing Ogbomoso North constituency at the Night Oyo Assembly, Honorable Bimbo Olawumi Oladeji, has been conferred with the prestigious Outstanding Lawmaker Award by the National Council for Women's Society, Nigeria. And to other parts of Africa, a Chadian rebel imprisoned for several months in Egypt has been pardoned by Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi before being released, according to the government. Tom Adimi, twin brother of Timon Adimi, leader of the Chadian Armed Group Union of Resistance Forces, was released after several months of imprisonment in Egypt and should return to Chad at the end of the week. The Adimi brothers, nephews of a former Chadian president, Idris Deby Itno, who died on his way to the front line against the rebels in 2021, were in the 1990s two key figures in the regime of Mr. Deby, who ruled the country with an iron fist for 30 years. And outside Africa, Sudan's prime minister has resigned after her government was defeated in Sunday's election. And this is a center-left bloc lost narrowly to a bloc of right-wing parties, 176 seats to 173, with 99% of the vote counted. Moderate party leader Ulf Kristersson is now expected to form a government. His right-wing grouping includes the Sudan Democrats, a far-right party that has campaigned against the rising gang shootings. And in business, the National Bureau of Statistics has said that Nigeria's headline inflation climbed to a new high of 20.52% in August on a year-on-year basis. This was 3.52% point higher compared to the rate recorded in August 2021, which was 17.01%. This is contained in the Federal Statistics Office Consumer Price Index report for the month August 2022. And in sports, in football, the Abuja office of the league management company has been sealed off after President Buhari orders its liquidation. On Friday, the Sports Ministry ordered the Nigerian Football Federation to immediately withdraw the LMC's professional license, citing a court ruling. Meanwhile, the LMC has reaffirmed its legality, stating there is no court order declaring the company illegal, nor is there any legal petition in the court challenging its legality. And finally, 20-time Grand Slam singles champion Roger Federer has announced that he will retire from tennis after the Laver Cup in September. The 41-year-old Swiss has not played since Wimbledon 2021 when he underwent knee surgery. Federer made his professional debut age 16 in 1998 and won his first Grand Slam title at Wimbledon in 2003. Only Spain's Rafael Nadal with 22 majors and Serbia's Novak Djokovic with 21 have more men's Grand Slam singles title than Federer. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel, +TvAfrica, +TvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
Filmmaker Reggie Dakum is putting the spotlight on ethnic groups in Nigeria with a documentary titled Tribe. The film is about the culture of the Mapun people in Plateau, Nigeria. Let's take a look.
Africa has 54 countries, more than 1.3 billion people, and more than 3,000 tribes.
In the documentary Tribe, Nigerian filmmaker Reggie Dakum describes his journey to rediscover his ancestry. Dakum belongs to the Mapun tribe based in central Nigeria's Plateau state. Nigeria has more than 300 tribes, but most people only know about the West African country's three main ethnic groups: Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Red Carpet spoke with Dakum, who said he made this documentary to ensure that his people's story was told and not left out of recorded history.
My motivation behind making this documentary lies in the fact that culture is constantly changing, evolving, and growing. With globalization taking effect, the world getting smaller, cities and nations being built, certain cultures are left behind or left out of the conversation. In Nigeria, like we know, everyone knows Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, but people don't know that there's much more diversity that Nigeria has to offer, because Nigeria has been blessed with so many different cultures. So Mapun is just one of them. In Nigeria, there are about approximately 370 tribes. In Plateau states, there are about approximately 60 tribes, and all these tribes have their own unique languages and traditions. So if different identities and communities and humans, families are not acknowledged, the risk of them going extinct is very much a reality. And so this documentary aims at shedding light on that. The fact that there are Mapun people, and there are also Tiv, Birom, and Gas, Tarok, Mwagavu, and so much more that Nigeria has to offer. So that is one of the motivations for making this documentary.
Scientists generally have established that the origin of humankind is in Africa.
For a place this big and so diverse, its identity is constantly changing and to some extent fading away. So I'm going on a journey to learn about my tribe.
Africa's independent filmmakers have been making waves in film festivals and winning awards for their original content. With films from the continent available on major streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, Africa's cinema is flourishing in the digital age. The broader exposure for African filmmakers excites Dakum.
I think this is the perfect time to be an African storyteller. As you can see, African cinema is doing big things. It's being accepted in big platforms, in the streaming space, in the theatric space, in the festival space. African storytellers are finally able to use their voice on big platforms to tell our stories, because for a long time we've not been the one telling our stories, or we've not been heard. So this is a wonderful time to be an African storyteller, and I'm excited because so many young filmmakers are doing great things with their work. They're telling very important stories, stories that shape our understanding of what it means to be Nigerian, what it means to be African, Ghanaian, and so I'm just excited.
Defeating Emerson Mnangagwa.
President is a documentary chronicling the fierce struggle for power in Zimbabwe. The plot centers around the 2018 election. The country is set to hold its first election after 37 years under Robert Mugabe's dictatorship. Through the figure of the young Nelson Chamisa, the main opponent to putschist Emerson Mnangagwa, the film tells the story of Zimbabwe's yearning for democracy, a theme dear to filmmaker Camilla Nilsson.
Democracy in general, universally, is something that we need to care about and keep debating and keep nurturing, almost like a marriage or a relationship. We don't take care of it, it can crack, as we're seeing in many parts of the world right now besides Zimbabwe.
Camilla Nilsson, who previously documented Zimbabwe's political life, explains that her second film is an effort to highlight the historic significance of the 2018 election for Zimbabweans who lived through food shortages and a severe economic crisis. When asked why she chose to tell the story from the opposition's viewpoint, Nilsson explains that the MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, is the only side to have given her access to its campaign.
And we did also approach Ede Mnangagwa and his camp to see if he would, like ZANU-PF and the ruling party had been part of my first film, accept to be filmed for this new documentary. But after some initial negotiations and actually an initial green light, the camp then declined, or basically didn't get back to my request for meetings, and so we could have made a more balanced film had Mnangagwa's camp agreed to be part of the movie, but unfortunately they declined.
To understand why the ruling party refused to be filmed by Nilsson's team, we contacted officials in the Mnangagwa administration. To this date, no response was provided. The documentary exposes the violent repression of demonstrators by the police that left more than 6 dead in the days leading up to the results. Besides the campaign and the presidential election, Nilsson's documentary also showcases the opposition's appeal to Zimbabwe's constitutional court after Emerson Mnangagwa was declared the winner.
All the drama that's in the film and why it feels like a thriller with the military and the police interrupting press conferences and all these dramatic events that took place during the election is not something that you could have ever scripted had it been a fiction film. I think we were surprised very much about how events turned.
The filmmaker believes that the documentary's ability to retain the viewer's attention is largely due to the choices made by the ruling party. Now, Camilla Nilsson says that the most important thing for her is to make sure Zimbabwean audiences see the film.
We still need to release President in Zimbabwe, and we're in the process of doing so. And that will be another huge chunk of time in the beginning of 2022 to make sure that any Zimbabwean who would want to see President had an opportunity to do so.
Nilsson's first documentary, Democrats, released in 2014, was censored until February 2018. Making President accessible to Zimbabweans is undoubtedly going to be a difficult but not impossible endeavor.
were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood, and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. Your brother raped me. Operates Yoko. He did, okay? He did, and you know it. I said, you know this. I told you he did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years. Right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me and I came to you. I did, and you called me a little liar, said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not. I am not. But he loved you all dearly. He was a good man. He was the only help that I had. He took you to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh, what the crap, Mom? Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism. all you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with. So you don't sit there and judge me.
You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. No more. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
Welcome to The Advocate, your Sunday reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. I'll be talking about the effect to cause, facilitating sustainable problem solving for national development. Abdul Malik is talking about the civilization of internet. Shola Akinjola will be talking about maintaining professional integrity. Juliet Okene will be talking about the breadwinning woman. While Raymond Ntanibi, a lawyer and public affairs commentator, will be talking about JAPA, the human capital flight phenomenon in Nigeria, and the growing emergency. Today, expect a mix of seriousness, laughter, and jabs. We'll be right back after the break. From effect to cause, facilitating sustainable problem solving for national development. In the process of governance and resource management in any nation, problems or challenges are met to surface at some point. The ability of those at the helm of affairs to effectively address these problems or challenges when they occur goes a long way in enhancing the functionality of that nation. In order for problems or challenges to be solved effectively, we have to look beyond its effects and try to understudy the cause rather than just mere reacting to its effects or effects. A very casual example is smoke causes discomfort, which is a problem. The most logical thing to do is to locate the fire and put it out rather than mere reacting to the smoke. The rule is always ask why. As simple as this is, it is applicable to the following almost perpetual problems that has somewhat influenced some negative perception of the nation, and these are ASU strike. Over the past 21 years, Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, spent over 1,500 days on strike. That's over 4 years. In response, most government officials see the strike as a sort of discomfort and then seek to subdue ASU either by threats to arrest or sack or even suspend payment of salaries, rather addressing the root cause, which are providing adequate learning and infrastructure, funding academic research or projects, lecturers and student welfare, among others. Education is not cheap, but ignorance and inadequate education is more expensive. Mass exodus of health workers. In recent years, there have been an increment in the number of essential health care workers, especially medical doctors and nurses, exiting in search for greener pastures. The government has not provided an appropriate response nor addressed the issues spanning from poor health care facilities and infrastructure to health workers' welfare packages. This has been a major source of burnout for both doctors and nurses, as there are few personnel on ground to manage so many patients in the poorest of condition. Japa syndrome. Japa is a local parlance used mostly among young Nigerians to explain the migration of Nigerian graduates or other young professionals from Nigeria to countries with bigger economies and better opportunities. This is as a result of high unemployment, poor government policies on youths, and very low access to few opportunities. All these problems are just a few among many others, including insecurity. But in order to solve these problems, the government needs to engage all stakeholders in identifying the root cause, rather than just merely reacting to their effects and living in denial. Lastly, let's think about this. In crisis management, be quick with the facts and slow with the blame. That's from Leonard Sefer, a U.S. public relations executive, meaning deal with the cause and the effect will take care of itself.
Thank you for Elijah for this really deep drilling into the problems we have in this country. I think you're talking more like we should reflect on the causes of the problems we have versus just being reactive and trying to quench fires, if you like. But I don't think some of our leaders, or most of our leaders, actually want to think. I think they want to lead, make money, hand over to proxies or people who will take over from them and continue the cycle. Reflection, proactivity to problems is only for people who actually want to solve this problem. I personally think that most of our leaders do not care.
Exactly, because that's what's causing the Japa issue you mentioned. A lot of youths are well-skilled, highly skilled. You see a young person who is 25 and highly skilled in a particular area and is working in an organization and feels that he's not well paid, and the unfortunate thing is that a lot of young people go the extra mile to, improve themselves. Like you invest in personal development, and we know that's not cheap. So, what you expect is something better, something more financial rewarding. And unfortunately, I saw a post on LinkedIn of a particular guy who said he has been into software, is a software developer here in Nigeria, and he's been doing so well here. And suddenly, the German government, just came to pick him up. As in within 1 week, he said he wasn't even. He was so excited about the offer, and before you know, it's like you're poaching your young talents and exporting what we are supposed to benefit from. And the same thing is happening with ASU strike.
With everything.
With ASU strike, like young people sitting down at home for over 6 months and nobody is saying anything. It's quite unfortunate.
So, Abdul, just before you jump in, Japa for context means migration, mass exodus. So,
he knows now. Have you not heard him? Abba.
As soon as I landed at the airport, they think I'm a Hausa boy. So, how would I know Japa? I think the issue Nigeria is facing is a common problem in Africa. One of the things I would say, since 1900, they have been telling us that we're the leaders of tomorrow. I feel like we're in that stage now where we want to be leaders, and then people who promised us that, who told us that while we were kids, while we were in primary school, they're still leaders. So you look at them like, I'm supposed to take up this position now, and then but this position is still held by someone who promised it to me. So with other foreign countries poaching talent from Africa, it's common now. And then look at the economy, and then look at Africa economy, and then we don't lack opportunities in Africa. But we lack skills. We just have people who don't want to give us a share.
People who don't care. People who don't care, and that's what I think.
I think in that phenomenon, if I'm in Nigeria, 10,000 naira is like 400 rands in South Africa. And then if a South African company offered me 30,000 rands a month and I convert it to naira, it's a lot of money. So tell me, why would I not jack back?
I love the way you said that.
Yes, analysis.
So, yeah, that's the issue. So, it's a common problem. It's happening in the entire West Africa. I'm from Sierra Leone, but I've been in South Africa for so many years now. And then certain things is why people, not that they want to be at home, there's no place like home. I feel at home ever since I stepped in Nigeria for the past couple of days, eating their good city ever. I want to go to Sierra Leone after cassava leaf and everything. But,
yeah.
But being at home, will they give me the resources that will enable me to perform our ability? 100%.
That's the big question. Raymond, are you there?
Yeah, it's good to hear Raymond's perspective.
So it's quite interesting, Mr. Felix, that we appear to have working from the same side of our bed today, because apparently you had also weighed in on a subject that I'll be speaking to shortly. So, like you rightly pointed out, we've just been dancing around the problems for a number of years. So, and the theme of your script reminds me of this Igbo proverb that says that a man who does not know where the rain began to beat him would not know where he dried his body. So it speaks to that problem of effects and cause. So it's a shame that after over 60 years of independence, Nigeria has not been able to locate or identify where the proverbial rain began to beat it. And of course, the consequences has been there. And very more unfortunately, our generation appeared to be at the receiving end of it. So I agree with you. It ultimately boils down to a question of leadership, and hopefully the next election will provide an opportunity for Nigerians to elect the kind of leaders who will begin to put the country along the path where we'll be focusing on the solution instead of repeating failed diagnosis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Raymond. All right, let's try our best to put out the fire. We shouldn't be bothered about the smoke. So let's always deal with causes and leave the effect alone. Abdul Malik will be right back after the break.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thought and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation, as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
The civilization of the internet. Web 1.0 was first established in the early 60s, which was a very one-dimensional use for government and research to share information. Computer being large and immobile, meant to use if you would have to travel to it. First called ARPANET, Advanced Research Project Agency Network, which is what has resolved into the internet we know today. January 1st, 1983. Is considered the official birthday of the internet. Prior to this date, computers could not communicate with each other. A new communication protocol was established called the Transfer Control Protocol, TCP/IP. Fast forward 40 years, we carry the same concept in the plan of our hands, enabling us to openly communicate, transact, and document every aspect of our lives. It has become a necessarily in living day to day. It meant to bring people closer together by enabling open communication in their personal and private capacity. The problem, as much as good as it is, done for humanity. raising funding for terminal ill people, creating general awareness for good causes, and even allowing families and friends from across the world to appear in the palms of their hands. It has done worse from scamming people out of their money to aiding human trafficking, spreading propagandas and hate speech, causing a divide amongst different races, religion, and creed, due to it not being regulated and not being able to hold people accountable. The solution, Web 3.0, will see the implementation of secure IPs linked to people's identity, eliminating fraudulent activities as internet that regulate a user by ensuring they are who they say they are. Being able to trust someone you have met online, because they won't be online if they were not verified. We will be able to conduct businesses without second guessing the person or on the other side. We will be able to interact knowing that a person is held accountable for the actions online and what they say. Picture an entrance to the internet. That's your DNA or ID. Is the key to entering that is world beyond the metaverse. Will create a regulated environment geared towards changing the landscape of the internet we know today to a more trusted safe haven for it to be used for the intention it was created for. This opens up the web to unlimited possibility. We have seen that the metaverse will do with NFT and Bitcoin. Now imagine integrating your life with the internet, never having to lose a key again, because whatever needs to be opened will open with a scan of your DNA, never needing a bank card again, because your DNA will pull up your account details. This means you will only have access to what is yours. Your vehicle only starts if you are whatever you program it to start it.
I love this. We left, the pathway of development of industrial revolution from human efforts to automation, right? Now we are going beyond the level of just mere automation to connectivity. Means that someone can be in Nigeria here and control a machine in the US. That's the level we're going to. And we can't do without that. That's why we're saying that Africa needs to be better prepared. We can't keep folding our hands and waiting for, let's see what America or China or Japan or England or India would do. No, we have to play our part. What is our own local technology? How can we improve it? How can we improve on our local technologies and sell the ideas to the world? Not we always on the begging or receiving end. Can we also give out? We have a lot of young people in Nigeria that are well equipped with this on their own. But the school, unfortunately, don't have the proper infrastructures to support them. The environment, that is part of the reasons why ASU is on strike. Crying, government, fund academic research.
Exactly.
This is really, so.
Yeah. I personally think that this should start from when a child is maybe 2, 3, 4, let them start to understand, tech-related solutions. Like, let a child understand, like what applications are, little things in tech. And also, first, we all know that the beginning is actually the use of a computer. So, the truth is that very few schools, the very good schools, are the ones that give the children exposure, to tech developments. But if you see, a basic Nigerian school, you would see that there's a computer room, there's a computer lab, but maybe it's not functional. They just cover it up. I've actually seen a primary school with a computer lab, but they just covered it up with nice, beautiful clothes, So they said the children come in once in a while, but the thing is that just few schools enjoy that privilege. So I think children should enjoy that exposure to computers. If you have kids, let them teach them a few things, how to use Microsoft Word. They are very smart, and that's what I feel. That's the foundation to.
So I think thinking of this, your Web 3.0, the Nigerians in our midst are thinking we are the pioneers. But I suspect this has to do with years and years of research.
Yes.
For me to be hearing now, some people have been working on it like for forever, right? So I would say we'll probably tap into it like we always do, which is we are users, maybe not creators, and later we would adapt, I suppose. I agree that we can, there's hope, but I think at this point we're just going to tap in and use. Now, I like the fact that you're personalizing the internet, meaning my footprints and my identity will be synced to my usage. What I think that would do, like you say, is eliminate frauds and all those irregularities that are currently fraught in the web space. But I also know that as you're creating, the fraudsters and the evildoers are also
creating,
also adapting. So they are getting better. Just the way you say hunters are now learning to shoot without aiming, the birds are learning to fly without fetching. Exactly. So we're getting there too. So I'm now thinking with this level of transparency in the internet, I'm not afraid of the potential risk that can evolve from it, because now it's so personalized. You remember when this whole W thing started, the web thing started, we were so happy. You could now reach people via Skype call. There were so many advantages, and now we are fraught with the disadvantages. My worry now is, what are the potential risks of this 3.0 thing?
Let's look at the opportunities first before
Yes.
we look
We
at
saw the opportunities.
So the opportunities are great. So if we look at the opportunities, let's say the Web 3.0 will, we're going to look at the blockchain. And for instance, I think people in Nigeria don't know how lucky they are. Nigeria has the highest amount of cryptos holder in Africa. So there are about 11 million crypto holders in Nigeria. So by Web 3.0 will secure their equity, their investment and everything. And then Web 3 will create more job opportunities in terms of cybercrime. And then we're going to see a lot of e-commerce stores. We're going to help create, like what you're talking about, the underdevelopment opportunity, which we're not looking up to our leaders anymore. We're taking the bull bites on. We're working towards surviving. So Web 3.0 will create those things, but as we go back to it, is Africa ready for Web 3.0 in terms of security?
Those are the risks
she was talking about. So based on that, I feel like we're not ready, but somehow we have to be ready. Because we just come back, the pandemic we just came from is COVID. But I'm telling you, next pandemic will be over the internet.
Yeah, sure. International bug attack.
So international bug attack warfare, you can
controlling systems.
So we're so addicted to the internet at the moment. Tell me how many people can live without their phones or without going on WhatsApp or Facebook? There was a time we had an outrage where Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram wasn't working.
Yeah.
They shut down, right? Now tell me, we're going to go there, but like, instead of you staying in your house for 3 weeks, you're not going to go online for 3 weeks.
I will not stay in my house for 3 weeks. We are going to engage the Zoom guests, but shortly, this period, we are talking about building infrastructure on land, but right now, people are thinking of how to build visibility and influence online and gain access to system from their room. You can fight warfare.
True.
So, Raymond, you want to chip in something?
Yeah, I think pretty much everything has already been said. And I quite agree with all that has been said in the room. So as you pointed out, the internet is going to lead the fourth industrial revolution. And it's no longer a question of choice. Whether you like it or not, the internet has come to stay. And we can see the amount of transformation and the level of disruption that internet has brought to the way we are used to doing things over the years. So definitely it's going to have its low side, and I heard somebody in the room complaining that, okay, how do we cater to the security breaches that are bound to arise from the civilized nature of the internet? Unfortunately, it just has to, we can't avoid that. But I also believe there are also mechanisms within the framework of ICT that could be used to address some of these breaches. And we have seen it well tested in the banking sector. We are all users of ATM cards, we are buying things online, we are using OTPs and all of that. So as much as criminal-minded elements who are also on the internet continue to perhaps sort of encroach on people's personal data, there will also be means within the context of internet to address some of those challenges. And luckily, I should say that Africa has also put its front foot in that regard. Recently, Google set up an office in Ghana. So I believe even the techies are seeing the prospect of the internet and ICT as a whole in the continent. So I believe over the years, we are going to also improve our own local skills and also benefit from the forex that can come from internet and associated technological products. That's my take on the matter.
All right, Raymond, thank you very much.
Raymond will be next after the break.
JACPA, the human capital flight phenomenon in Nigeria, and the growing emergency. The menace of human capital flight in Nigeria is gradually nearing epidemic proportions. Every other day, young Nigerians, both gainfully employed and underemployed, are leaving the country in droves in search of greener pastures. The proverbial grass has become so withered on this part of the globe that its young talents have all become disillusioned. Japa, a Yoruba word which represents running or living away, is a phenomenon of choice today and the singular ideology that unites Nigerians' large yet growing young population. Education is being seen as the best bet to get visas easily abroad, with various countries offering scholarships for master's and undergraduate programs, some of which come with an option for permanent residency. While the health sector has historically been the most hit by this phenomenon, it has now taken a deep root amongst other professionals, lawyers, bankers, engineers, software developers, etc. In the last 2 weeks, at least 3 of my friends jetted out of the country after becoming so frustrated with life and career here. Just yesterday, a colleague of mine quit his job at a leading law practice and is set to travel to Canada in a matter of days. An economy associated by astronomical unemployment indices, rising poverty, inequality, insecurity, poor per capita income, amongst other socioeconomic challenges, has conduced to a debilitating brain drain with potentially unhealthy consequences for the socio-economic development of Nigeria. But who cares about this when faced with a decision that borders on survival? That is the question. While human capital flight in Nigeria invariably leads to high foreign remittances back home, the negative consequences for the country far outstrips the perceived benefits. The human capital of any economy in today's knowledge-based global economy is its greatest resource. Therefore, no amount of foreign remittances can compensate for the sheer investment in the human capital of other already advanced economies, such as the United States, Britain, Canada, Australia, and several parts of Europe. The above state of affairs paints the picture of a country in a human capital crisis. Unfortunately, comments credited to a senior minister of the current administration to the effect that her pool of medical professionals can leave the country if they so desire does not betray the mindset of a government conscious of this social anomaly. Yes, to stem the tide of the growing wave of human capital flight in Nigeria, the government must show considerable commitment in investment in the education and health sectors of the economy. Now, we're having this discussion at a time when the university system has been shut down for over 6 months, owing to the industrial action by academics in the sector, certainly leaves much to be desired. Not long ago, Nigeria used to be a net attractor of foreign professionals in her workforce, including students, with the associated economic benefits for the country. If the contrary is the case today, we must pause to ask ourselves what happened. An objective answer to that question might well hold the keys to reversing the ugly trend of human capital flight in the country, now famous for the word Japa.
I don't know what Raymond wants us to do. Do you want us to stay or you want us to go? Because we all want to go. Some of us are here for different reasons. And the Japa thing, people used to frown at it, criticize people that travel. But now, those of us that are staying back are beginning to look like we are not thinking. Because it is predictable out there. You're a truck driver, but you can tell, you can predict safely what you will earn and how you would live with your income and your manner of labor. Here, to a large extent, it doesn't even matter what you do, where you're from, you're exposed to all the risk that is associated with living here. I know you talked about the health sector and also the education sector, but there's also insecurity. And if you check this your Japa trend, it's very, very common or very, very, what's the word now? Linked or very associated. I think the word is associated. Associated with those people who are in the middle class, which is the working class, which is the potential leaders of tomorrow, and almost bourgeois, maybe almost bourgeois. Why are they going? These people are educated. They are working so hard. They are paying taxes, meaning they have rights to certain things in the economy. They have rights to power, rights to security, rights to everything. And they're not getting any of them. And they are working and paying taxes. And that's why you're having a lot of this exflux. There's a word like exflux. People are living. In those days, to Japa, you had to go and do prostitution in Europe. You had to go and do menial jobs all over the world. And then people were living because they had to work very hard to be rich here. So you had to go do drugs or prostitution. Today, you just need to be very educated and you move. And I will tell you something, because a lot of my friends have moved. People are not moving because of themselves anymore. People are living because of their children. People are saying things like, wow, we've done 8 years of this guy, 8 years of this guy. What if a worse off person or somebody on this same path as the current president takes over again? That's another 8 years. So they are going for their children.
Exactly.
So it's actually a bigger problem. And it brings me back to what Elijah said at the beginning. The government has to go back. It's not a matter of making things difficult for us to live. You have to go back and solve the problem. It's not something you can fire. What's that? You put on fire.
Smoke.
It's not smoke.
Blowing smoke.
It's actually very, very deep. I consider Jack Marin every day because I wonder what I'm doing here. So it's not about me. It's for my children. So, people can say people have their own opinions, but that's my own opinion. Please go ahead.
So I think, Mr. Raymond, listening to what you have just said just made me feel sad and a little bit emotional. The reason why I said this is because I think Africa, we're the one race in the world that we love our continent. We have strived, like our time, achieved a lot of trial and tribulations that have affected us in Africa. Like I'm from Sierra Leone. Like people will not leave Sierra Leone for anything. And then even though we had 10 years of the war, civil, whatever, and then I know my grandmother returned back to Sierra Leone because she loves the country so much. We from America. And then now you saying this, there's a friend, a Nigerian boy I studied with in India. It was like 7 years ago. I was a certified ethical hacker. It's wonderful in Red Hat server. 2 weeks ago, before coming to Nigeria, I told her I'll be coming to Nigeria. He sent me a picture of a Canadian visa. He said, I'm leaving for Canada. I said, where are you going? He said, Nigeria, everything is finished. He said, there's nothing I can do. So, and what our leaders don't understand is our natural resources is not the oil, not the gold, not the diamond. It's human capital. So we look at a country like South Africa. You will never find South Africa that want to leave. Because they have an industrialized economy, and secondly, they have government that cares about them. All we ask for in West Africa in general, this Sierra Leone, Ghana, Cameroon, and all over, just show concern. Care about us. Know that one day I'm going to get sick, you have the resources, you have all the money, you can go anywhere you want to go, but make sure that when I get sick, there's a medical facility available. Make sure there's fire in my house, there's an ambulance that's going to come and quench that fire.
Very basic.
We just need that. Leave us with the rest. Leave us with the rest. And then if you can leave us with the rest, and then I feel like we will stay.
Yes. Am I supposed to say something?
Yeah.
Okay, so my concern in all of this Japa issue is actually the fact that our grandparents were Nigerians, our parents are Nigerians, we are Nigerians, our children are going to be mixed, yes, because we're going, and our children's children are going to probably be Americans and Canadians, like fully, you know, so there's a gradual fade out of culture, and there's a gradual fade out of tradition, you know, of our values. And a friend of mine told me that very close to our child's school in Canada, there is a cannabis store. Yes. So you can actually, cannabis is actually like
drugs.
There's nothing bad about it. I know most of us in Nigeria will say, oh, cannabis, oh, God forbid. No. Okay, yes. Yeah, okay, in Nigeria,
In
like,
local
oh,
parlance.
God forbid, my children must not even cite it. But there in Canada, there's a school, there's a store. So you can actually, as a parent, I could go pick my kid and just grab some, you know, grab some. Yeah, so those are the things that give us concern about Japa. Like my friend was telling me, oh, now, and her daughter was actually asking her, Mommy, my teacher said I'm a girl. Like telling me I'm a girl. So I told her, come tell her she's a girl. She must know that she can never be a boy. Because now in the UK, in the US, yes, yeah, I can actually decide to wake up tomorrow and say, Mommy, I want to be a man. You know, like what's happening to Jeff Bezos' son. He even gave himself a female name. He said his name is Alicia, right? What did he call himself? I can't remember the name. So he came to his father and said, Daddy, you are the owner of Twitter, right? Fine, I want to be a boy. So, you know, those are the concerns about Japa, but God helping us, let's instill the right values in our children now.
Well, the issue of gender, it's a very, very dicey situation. We don't want to go in that. But anyway, the point taken is we have to sit up as governments. We really have to sit up our government because people are leaving the country. We can't affect to have brain drain on the economy. Just imagine the adverse effect it has in Nigeria. So it's a very, very serious problem. We need to consider it seriously.
So I quite agree, and I'm particularly captivated by the thought of sorry, I don't get the name now. That borders on the cultural implications of the potential generation. We have all been fixated by the economic consequences, but that is also an aspect of it that we may not quantify in terms of the consequences. Yeah. So hopefully, as Mr. Elijah said, it must take a turnaround in situation here for this drift to be reversed. Until that is seen, I don't see that movement stopping anytime soon. Juliet is next after this timeout.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
This Medan has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
When I start hearing the shoot of gun.
Whatever I've done.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
The breadwinning woman. In Africa today, it is not uncommon for women to be breadwinners in their marriages. Now, a breadwinner is someone who earns the most income. And in some extreme cases, the breadwinner is also someone that is the sole earner. Now, most of the women I work with are sitting on this table. So it is a common occurrence. We are no longer in the 60s or 70s, where it is typical to label women as stay-at-home moms, teachers, nurses, petty traders. These are now old school. If you are a woman sitting on this table, you should be commended. Well done. It is an honor, a privilege to have what people need. It also takes a lot of patience and hard work to be successful in your career or your business. So well done, girl. However, it can be really difficult to be a breadwinner in a relationship as a woman. I know times are changing. Notwithstanding, many women face a lot of challenges in their relationships when they are breadwinners. Issues can range from jealousy, verbal abuse, physical abuse, intimidation, even financial sabotage from hubby. The list is long. Issues like these make women afraid to marry men who earn less than they do, even when there is a lot of prospects in the guy or lots of prospects in the relationship. Many women who are breadwinners are very unhappy. Some feel used and unappreciated. Now, before you throw in the towel, let's try and work out how you can make your relationship work, even when you earn more than your husband. There are 3 things we can consider today that will help you ease the tension at home. Tip 1, do not apologize for making more money. You really shouldn't be uncomfortable. Being uncomfortable is not an attractive trait for women or men. You see, at the end of the day, you are a team. Whatever you do, whatever you achieve or earn will help make the team become better. More money helps. So get your partner involved in the excitement of the progress the extra money will accrue to the team. Now, tip number 2, do not become a dictator or an arrogant partner. Consider how you would like to be treated and accord your husband the same level of respect or more. You see, great relationships are based on mutual respect and trust. The key word here is mutual. So just because you earn more doesn't give you the right to become an evil queen in your relationship. Now, tip number 3, communicate. Communicate, communicate. I cannot emphasize that enough. In my opinion, this is the most important tip on this topic. Communication is so key. It's important to talk about how you feel and how the other person feels. It is important to discuss financial goals and make financial decisions together. It is important to be emotionally intelligent. In a relationship, communicate with your partner and not just with your pastor, your family, or your friends. My dear breadwinning ladies, I want you to know that you can build healthy relationships despite your financial status. Just always remember that in marriage, you are part of a team. You are partners in this partnership, and the company, organization, or corporation is called marriage.
Wow.
Who's going to go first?
Well, this issue, I've been in situations where some men will say they don't want their wives or their girl in which their relationship with to have certain level of achievement before them. Let me give you an example. I had of a case where a man was saying he'd like to go for a master's degree first before his wife. And I feel before you get into a relationship with anyone or marriage, you should know that nobody should pose a threat or barrier to your self-actualization and your dream. As a woman, you should have your vision for yourself. Nobody should be an obstacle to that. If somebody is going to be an obstacle to that, then that person is not fit to be your husband or your man. And being more successful as a woman is because of your personal input and your level of intellect and your capacity as a human being, your resources. It has no way or is mutually exclusive from that of your man or your husband. So your husband should learn to live and work with you. Vice versa. The woman should not be intimidated by the man should not be intimidated by the woman. They should work together, synergize.
So they are part of a team.
No
so I agree with you.
competition.
So I like this male perspective. I would like the other male perspective before
I
Shola.
think, based on what you have said, is times have changed. And I think us men, we just have to accept it now. And it's not an easy thing for men to accept. But this is, we have to accept. And behind every successful man, there's a woman. Understand? So
Behind every successful woman, too, there's a man.
Okay. Behind every successful man, there's a woman. So it shows how powerful women are. I think I will not fluctuate by my wife being successful, because success has nothing to do with the relationship. The relationship has to do with love. And love has to be nurtured every day. So being a man, you're nurturing it. So if you're nurturing that love for that woman to fall in love and love you and learn about your woman every day, and I don't think there'll be any truth in it with the success. And then women, they have their mood swings. So no, when your wife doesn't want to talk to you whether she needs chocolate or airtime, other things like that, I say if you can learn that, and then I think you'll be good. But I'm married, I have a wife, and then she's behind our success. She played tremendous part, and then she worked with me from school days, and then I've known her for 10 years, so she played a huge part in my career today. So and I watch her sit back and let me be this person I am today. So now I said, you know what, it's time for you to be what you want to be. So open playing field, she got the keys to the door, go and be what you want to be. If there is love, she will stay. If there's no love, she will walk away. But I'm not going to be my insecurity, be on her way not to be successful, be what she's. We all have purpose. Let's allow people to exploit their purpose and be what is supposed to be in this world. I think that's my sense. Fear for
I love it.
our generation.
I love
That's
it.
very
Thank you.
That's working as a team.
I love men. I hope they are not saying this because we're here. But
No.
Shola, please go ahead. What's your
And for the
opinion?
record, I'm the only single person in the room.
I'm going to be very realistic. So, when a woman is very successful, it's like the man is feeling, we men have that ego. The man is thinking, oh, okay. And, when a woman is climbing that ladder of success, she's going to make sacrifices. There are days she has to be in Kano, she has to be in Kaduna. Like, I saw a publication where they said about 4 female MDs in Nigeria today are
Bank
females.
MDs.
Yes, and I saw an interview with one of them, the spouse of one of them, and he said it's not been easy. The man was just being honest. He said there were days that his wife would just come back from work and say, honey, I'm going to Port Harcourt tomorrow. I'll be there for 2 good weeks. And he says, okay, I'll stay with the kids. It's not easy, because that man also has his own plans for the week. But because his wife is traveling and he knows that she's climbing that ladder, he has to take the kids to school. He has to do everything she's been doing, So it's not really easy, to be honest. So it takes a man that is really very supportive, a man that is patient.
Confident in himself.
Yes, a man that is willing to also sacrifice, Because if you look at it, it's the woman that's supposed to be the way we grew up, the way our parents grew up. My mom resigned.
Tradition, yeah.
Yes, my mom resigned a very, very, very sensitive role. If she had continued, my mom would have been one of the, top educationists in Lagos. But because of my dad, she was climbing and climbing, and she wasn't having time for us. So my dad said, "I'm a banker. You can't be like this," and she had to step back. Wow. So. Yes, she had to make that sacrifice for us.
This was then.
That was then.
It was a mutual decision.
Yes,
so it's fine.
yes, and my mom is not complaining today.
It's a mutual decision.
She has no regrets. But she says that, thank God she did it. But you know how many women would do that today? Because you're like, okay, this money, we need it. This money, we are making it,
together.
And you also want to see your wife succeed.
Sure.
Let me just say a little bit about my personal stuff. So like when I started my business, and then I just got married, and then my wife was pregnant. So, being an entrepreneur is not easy, funding your business and everything. So she had to be a stay-at-home mom with my son for like 2 years. And now she's out there doing her own thing. I look after my son. I bath my son in the morning. I drop my son to school.
It's a partnership.
So I feel like we just have to play that part. So both of you have to have a mutual understanding. Say, this is where I want to reach. When I got there, it's your turn. You can go wherever you want to go. I think it's all about communication, like you said. It's communication. If you fail to communicate, and I don't think marriage is going to happen. And I've been married for 5 years.
Wow.
So I think, like, you have to learn.
Well done.
I wish you a jolly good
for
idea.
10 years.
And you happily married.
Yeah, we happily married. I got a well successful business, thanks to God. But she's not working for me. She's like, I don't want to work for you. I want to work for someone else. I'm like, it's fine. Put your resume, get a job.
Communication.
She's working for someone else. Like, my wife is earning less than what some of my employees are earning.
Hopefully she'll become a boss where she is very soon and have her own empire.
I'll be happy for her.
Sure.
So like I'm coming to Nigeria and I said I have to go to Nigeria, and then but I know my son will be an obstacle. I flew my son to Johannesburg and I left my son somewhere else. I said, look after my son because my wife has to go to work. And I don't want me coming to Nigeria being selfish to her. So you know what? I'm coming to Nigeria, so you have to stay with the child. No, I'm coming to Nigeria for my personal things. What about her personal things? I think we need to get that kind of understanding. Say, if you die today, who's going to be the next person to your son, to your kids? Is your wife.
Yes.
Not anyone else.
Sure.
I don't trust anyone with my son compared to my wife. And then, if I don't give my wife the opportunity to have that muscles if I die today, and how's she going to look after my child?
That's a good perspective.
Very
Look at
good
it.
one.
Most of our mothers married to an abusive man, any of them who cannot love them because they had to do it because of the kids that maybe their husband passed away and left them with. Now they be like, this man can provide for my child. Unfortunately, they have to do whatever this man wants, whether he's an abuser or not. But my child have to go to school. My late husband passed away, left me uneducated without a job. Now here's this man who is providing shelter. So, would you want your wife to go through that?
No.
So, of course, so I think we have to play an open book and be more mature. I said, if there's love and trust, your relationship will work. Talk about the success.
Wow. You have said it all. You have said it all.
Thank you so much. I mean, everybody is right. And all relationships have their dynamics. And I think the start point is to get it right from the very beginning. You have to choose right. Because when you choose the woman from your rib, like we say in the Christendom, I mean, your issues are minimized. However, if you make mistakes in choosing, there is always a way. And it comes with openness. You have to agree and know that you are a team. Cutting off my arm is going to hurt the other part of my body. So communicate and always put the vision of both people in the front burner, so that every decision you make should be for the team. Because when you do that, the offspring, the results of that marriage is world-changing.
Exactly.
True.
Then when we come back, Shola is going to be talking about maintaining professional integrity. I think it's going to be interesting. See you after the break.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Maintaining professional integrity. Our ability to maintain professional integrity in the workplace and outside the workplace has a powerful impact on our productivity, performance, and reputation. Behaving with professional integrity requires patience, practice, strength of character, and self-awareness. Following a trending video where a few lawyers at a recently concluded annual conference of the Nigerian Bar Association looted conference materials, it is safe to say that professional integrity is a conscious effort at maintaining decorum in the face of pressure. It is right to state that those who behave with professional integrity generally uphold a moral standard of conduct, both in professional as well as personal endeavors. These standards govern how professionals conduct themselves, their work ethic, and their communication. As a delegate at the recently concluded NBA conference, I must say that the sessions were well organized and overall it was a successful outing. Conclusively, the need to consciously adhere to rules and maintain decorum is a vital tool to achieving professional integrity regardless of the situations that may occur. So what do you guys think about the looting of conference materials by lawyers?
So are we surprised or like?
Yes, what do you guys think? Are you?
We don't agree, but we're not surprised. I am not surprised.
Okay.
But I mean, we have a lot of the lawyers. We have a lot of lawyers who hold positions of high authority in the country.
Exactly.
See how they behave. So I don't think it's a lawyer thing. I think it's our cultural thing, our Nigerian thing, if you let me use that word. So where you have situations where there is no penalty for misbehavior, just have money and do as you like to a large extent. I mean, it's subtle, but it's there. People behave as they like. And so that's what I saw there. And I know governors who can behave even worse.
Exactly.
So it's just unfortunate that it happened in a conference with learned colleagues and co. But we're not surprised because it's from the same stock that we also lead in this country. So it's a jungle.
Well, I expected so much from your so-called learned colleagues. Well, let me believe those people that did that are not actually lawyers in character. They only were just some doubts that were able to go
to
get
law
an
school.
LLB. Unfortunately, because the system didn't properly vet them before giving them that certificate. Unfortunately, but if you extrapolate this, those in the National Assembly, the Hallowed Chamber, are they any better?
They jump fences.
When somebody will carry
They carry chairs and they fight.
I did not. What image are they putting about Nigeria? They should be ashamed of themselves.
The lawyers now for the past
And
6
then you
months
see some
with us.
policemen, like a day I saw one policeman drunk on the road. Well, it's negative. I understand the current Inspector General of Police is doing his best
to build the image,
to build a good image of Nigerian police. But they should watch. So this thing has happened before his tenure anyway. This particular incident has happened before his current IG's tenure. But you see, this thing has been happening over time.
Yes.
So let's be conscious anywhere we are.
Exactly.
Whether you are educated or uneducated,
Respect your
literate
office.
or illiterate, respect yourself.
Exactly.
Respect yourself. That's in local parlance. Just behave well.
And be patient.
Be
I think-
patient.
yeah,
Even if
because
there's a problem, do it properly. Address your issues properly. You don't have to be unruly.
Yeah,
just to pass a point.
Yeah, like they say on Twitter, violence, no peace.
Violence.
Violence, yes. So violence is not, like they say, peace is not an option, like the way they say on Twitter. But we should
They are
always,
just being rhetorical, I
yes,
guess. Ironical, sorry.
yeah,
they're being ironical.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so let's hear your view.
So I
Malik.
think so it's nice to come to Nigeria.
Do you have one really
It's nice to come
politicians
to
in Nigeria?
Nigeria, they said everywhere they horse. So meaning like the country at the moment is in that phase where people don't know what they're doing, so they have to choose whatever happens in that particular time. But like your topic, integrity, I think integrity is a key word. It's like a smile. It's your presence wherever you go. So if I have to employ someone in my company now, I tell that person, give me one page about integrity, or ethics. I don't want to see CV because I believe I can impact skills on people. I know what I'm looking for. So I want to know your ethics, your work ethics, and then how your character, how you present yourself. Because as soon as I get you around my circle, you know you're representing me. You're my brand ambassador.
Exactly.
So I think that's one thing. Once you become a politician, you lack that in Africa, and then once you become a lawyer, you lack that because loyalty brands for everything. So if me hearing this for the first time, I'm not surprised. But then don't get me wrong. I came from a legal family where like have members of my family were lawyers. I've never seen them do none of that. So I'm not talking that saying all lawyers doesn't have integrity or all politicians, but it just depends on the individuals.
Yes,
so those people, you were there.
Yes, I was
you,
there.
Ms. B,
And I know I didn't.
Exactly. So that's why I say when you go in any circle, let that person give you a page of ethics or integrity, so you know the people that you are associating yourself with. I think we're just one few bad apples. That's why they tarnish the rest of the legal practitioner in Nigeria. And I believe there are a lot of good people, and then we should still have faith in our people. It was bad. They've seen the video, it's trended online, probably they'll learn from that, and then we'll move forward. But I think what we need to do for to become successful, integrity and ethics come first.
Exactly.
Yeah, very, very important.
They work hand in hand. They're like the same WhatsApp group. If you delete one off the group and everything, if you take one off the group and everything, then everything is, your group is not working. So I think we just need to learn from that. And
this kind of attitude is common not only in Nigeria, in most African countries. They are parliamentary, especially. Like there was one that happened, I think, was it last year or last 2 years in African Union? They had this African parliament, and you saw what happened where they were exchanging blows. Yes, from different countries in Africa. Is that not a shame?
Yeah.
So let's respect ourselves.
And then the guy from Mali and Senegal who was trying to be president. Yeah, I remember that. It's common now. It's not only in Africa. It's not only an African thing. It happened in the British Parliament.
Even when Trump was around.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
But let's respect ourselves.
But the only problem is that if your skin is black, understand that you're already a suspect.
You don't want to say that on national TV. Well, your point taken.
But we know we don't have to say, but it's an actual fact. I think.
As we have learned so far, professional integrity is very important in our daily lives. We should ensure that wherever we are in a workplace, outside the workplace, we should ensure that we maintain high decorum and professional ethics. be good people, be patient, and choose to do the right thing at all times. Thank you so very much.
We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hoped our conversations resonated with you. Little drops of water they say make a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms. On Facebook, PlusTvAfrica, #TheAdvocateNG, and Instagram at PlusTvAfrica, #TheAdvocateNG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to PlusTvAfrica.com/TheAdvocateNG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, PlusTvAfrica. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them.
If you no talk, then go beat you.
Now 2,500 they pay.
Our teeth and hoping that somebody will come save us. I'm guessing that our leaders should be our savior. Okay, people are saying we want to impeach Mr. President, and some others are saying, oh, well, it's political. Where does the life of the average Nigerian come in? I'd like to say Kadaria Ahmed put out a statement, a very long one, talking about the fact that the Nigerian media is glorifying, terrorism. But how do we make sure that we get to the solutions of our problems if we cannot tell the story behind the problem of terrorism? So I leave it to you, Nigerians. Think, act wisely. Elections are around the corner. If you are campaigning for somebody, find out where that person stands on this issue of insecurity. Maybe that might inform who you vote for. I am Mary Anaco. This is my take.
In Nigeria, it is believed in many quarters that no matter the amount of wealth one amasses, a degree from a university supersedes everything. We'll be looking at 5 of your favorite celebrities who went back to school after gaining fame. Davido. Davido returned to Babcock University to bag a degree in music. Davido graduated in 2015. He attempted to take part in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps program, but that dream was cut short controversially. DJ Cuppy. Prior to joining the entertainment industry, DJ Cuppy already had a degree in business and economics from King's College in London. In 2015, she went back to the prestigious New York University where she bagged a master's degree in music business. In 2021, Cuppy gained admission to the prestigious University of Oxford to pursue a master's degree in African Studies. Rema's overnight rise to prominence as a teenager came with a lot of questions in 2022. The music star announced that he was going to further his education. According to him, he gained admission to the University of Lagos to pursue a degree in creative arts. He added that his mother's insistence led to his return to school. Odunlade Adekola. In 2018, the frisky actor graduated with a degree in business administration from the University of Lagos. In an interview, the actor debunks the claims that he was an absentee student during his time in the institution. Kanayo o Kanayo. The movie veteran's acting prowess earned him a reputation many only wish to attain in the future. Despite being a movie icon and a national honor awardee, the movie star surprised many when he announced in 2019 that he had graduated with a law degree from the University of Abuja.
Hello, this is Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, don't worry, we've got you covered on this edition. Welcome, I am Uime Elijah. The leadership and members of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, has issued a 2-week ultimatum to the federal government to resolve the protracted conflict with the nation's university workers and reopen the schools. Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, issued the ultimatum during a protest to the government house in Alausa, Ikeja, in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of University, ASU. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedoku witnessed it all and brought it back. The report.
The protest kicked off around 7:30 a.m. at Ikeja on the bridge, with thousands of members of the union and its affiliates participating. They walked from under the bridge in Ikeja to Government Secretariat at Alausa, where they met a barricade at the entrance.
Please come out with this case. Lagos State government of the people, by the people and for the people.
They finally gained entrance after much persuasion and peaceful entreaties.
A government that cares about university education cannot be imposing a corrupt, fraudulent, obsolete, and exploitative IPPIS on the university system. We call for immediate abolition of this and the adoption of UTAS in the university system because it takes care of our peculiarity, university autonomy, and it will not continue the present system where people who are working behind and getting benefit from IPPIs continue to get our own money.
Chairperson of the Lagos State Chapter of the Nigerian Labour Congress, NLC, Fumi Sisi, warned that the action could take a new turn if the government fails to conclude all negotiations and agreement with ASU.
For more than 5 months now, they have been engaging with the government, and government has not been able to resolve the issues. So if government has just come out to come and tell us that within the space of 2 weeks they will be able to wrap up and conclude, we know that government is just paying a lip service.
The protest afforded human rights lawyer Femi Falana another opportunity to take a swipe on the Buhari administration.
The president is tired. He has said that his sanctions to go back to Katsina will ask him to rush back home and leave Nigeria in peace. Yes, the president is tired. Boko Haram boys are taking over Abuja. Yesterday there was another attack. In fact, they were going to attack the law school. They killed about 3 soldiers yesterday. We are telling the government that enough is enough. Enough of killings of our people. Enough of strikes in our tertiary institutions.
The protesters were received by the Special Advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Sustainable Development Goals and Investment, Mrs. Sholakwe Hammond, on behalf of Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu. From Lagos, Lavikuku Uyedoku, Plus TV News.
The 2-day national protest organized by the Nigerian Labour Congress in solidarity with the Academic Staff Union of Universities and other tertiary institution unions, has recorded a massive turnout in Kaduna. Students from various tertiary institutions across the state and 46 other unions have also joined the protest to compel the federal government to resolve lingering issues of the strike, to reopen universities for academic activities, to save the future of Nigerian students and the nation's educational system. Plus TV correspondent Habila Darufal filed this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters converged at NLC Secretariat in Kaduna State and then proceeded to the State House of Assembly to tender their letter for the consideration of the plight of students and lecturers, carrying placards with various inscriptions and chanting solidarity songs. Speaking after tendering the letter at the House, NLC Chairman Kaduna State, Comrade Ayuba Magachi, said that no country develops without a good education system and that the nonchalance of leaders towards education is affecting students.
This honorable protest, or rally rather, is we are pressing home the demand of our place, 4 of them in the public university, in particular ASU, NASU, SANU, and NAD. The demand is simple. They wanted to see the standard of education, particularly that of the university, is upgraded and is enhanced through the provision of good working conditions for the staffs, through the provision of standard infrastructure for lecturing, for student hostels, and for even staff quarters.
Responding, the representative of the State Assembly, who is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Isaac Alta, said that the House will do everything possible to ensure that their demands are met, and also assured them of the Speaker's readiness to meet with the government and other relevant stakeholders to the strike actions.
As the chairman of the Northern State Assembly's speakers, he is already in Abuja trying to wade into this very matter on a very sincere note.
Also, the chairman of the Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, ABU Zaria, Comrade Muhammadu Yunusa, expressed his displeasure over the lingering strike.
Well, election is coming quite all right, and the electorate, that is the people that are going to vote, should understand that these people, most of them that are coming out to contest, their children are not in this university, in these tertiary institutions. Most of them, their children are outside. So I am appealing to our people that in the next coming election, they should ensure that they elect people that are credible, people that have the concern of the masses in their minds.
Some of the lecturers say they won't resume until their demands are met.
The insensitivity of the government towards its non-respected of agreement duly signed, honorably signed by the government. Now they are making it at issue as if they were coerced into signing that agreement. It is rather unfortunate.
Strike have really affected us. We are getting to 6 months at home. And this 6 months at home, a lot of us are doing nothing. And look at the situation of the country. Look at what is happening. Insecurity here and there. Conflict here and there, insurgency here and there, terrorism here and there. The son, the daughter of the poor man is not even being able to give any opportunity. Let me tell you who are the bandits. It is the student, the people that are on ground, the people that are at home. They use them and change their mentality to become the bandits. And now you push us out from the school, out from the institution. What do you want us to become?
The Nigerian Labour Congress insists it will embark on another 3-day warning strike immediately after the protest, in solidarity with the striking lecturers, until the government meets their demands.
Some supporters of the All Progressive Congress, APC, across the South-South geopolitical zone have called on Nigerians to put issues of religion raised against the APC presidential candidate Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his running mate aside. They want Nigerians to look for the best brains to manage the affairs of the country, insisting that religion or ethnic background does not guarantee electoral victory or the delivery of good governance. Our correspondent, JC Ese, has details.
This group is meeting to put its house in order ahead of the 2023 presidential campaigns, and top on the agenda is how to market the APC candidate, Bola Tinubu. The geopolitical zone is mostly controlled by the PDP, and the group admits that there is a lot of work to be done, especially as some leaders of the APC have disconnected from their followers. While such persons are asked to reconcile with their constituents in the overall interest of the party, the group's leadership advises Nigerians to put aside politics of religion.
We are looking beyond the religious matter. What we are looking at is how we can win elections, which I know God will stand on our side to win election. So everything is perfectly well. We are set for the inauguration and we are set to win election. Last time I visited Akwa Ibom State, I received members from PDP to APC. Even in this state, we have those that have met me, and they are willing, ready to join us to work and deliver Ahmed Bola Tinubu.
Members of the initiative believe that age comes with experience and that Tinubu is the best bet for the job.
All these ones they are saying Tinubu is more experienced with age. So we need those who are well experienced like him, with age, political experience, who led local Lagos economy to be the highest economy in Africa.
He has told us there that he's going to carry the women along. And hearing this, a lot of women, without even forcing them, they are the ones that are ready and willing with their PVCs to vote her leader.
The various state coordinators of the initiative promised to take the Asiwaju Bola Tinubu message to the hinterlands.
We are working on with this Pastor Ruben initiative. We are going to make sure we go to the grassroots to make sure we deliver our candidates.
Tinubu is going to be our president, 2023. Delta State is a state of APC as I speak, because PDP, they are already gone in Delta State. So if APC is going to rule, it's going to be all over.
It's very important. We don't have any other person. We don't have also an option to deliver Asiwaju Ahmed. We in Akwa Ibom State, we are highly in support of him.
One thing is major for this group. The APC must win at all levels in the 2023 elections. Jesse Ese, Plus TV News.
It's time for a short break now. We will be right back with more stories. Welcome back and thanks for staying with us. We move on to security matters. Following the release of a viral video by terrorists showing the victims of the Kaduna-Abuja bound train being flogged by their captors, protesters have stormed the Kaduna State House of Assembly demanding that the government rescue the remaining 43 victims whose lives have been threatened. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report as presented from our studios.
The protesters held various placards chanting songs from the Lugard Hall in Kaduna before proceeding to the State Assembly, barricading the road to the gate. Some of the families of the victims expressed their displeasure at the inability of the government to protect the lives and properties of the citizens. They expressed their disappointment at the manner in which the government is handling the situation and that despite huge resources it claims it has invested in security, Nigerians still cannot sleep with their eyes closed.
Here to register our protest, our plea to the government of the nation, and in particular President General Muhammadu Buhari and our Governor Malam Nasir El-Rufai. Our loved ones have been in captivity for the past 120 days and nothing has been heard in terms of their release. Though we've had other things skeletally been done behind, but unfortunately it's not yielding the desired result. And it's obvious. And it's obvious from the videos released about 2 days ago what the captives, the kidnappers have said. They said they don't want the government to come and discuss with them, that the government has failed them, that we as individuals should come and rescue our loved ones. How do we go to rescue our loved ones when our government have failed us? How do we go into where we don't know to go and rescue our loved ones? That's why we are out today to call on the government to do the needful.
They also called on the federal government to redouble its efforts at rescuing the remaining victims unhurt.
I'm calling on behalf of the people in the bush forest. For the past 121 days now, they have been beaten up in the bush. Please, we are calling on the government of Nigeria to please help us to bring them out peacefully, because this one that they are doing to them is not proper. The beat they are beating them as if they are beating goats is not proper. They should please, if their family is there, they could have no one to do now. But since we know that they don't have family there, they should please help us to bring out our loved ones.
These family members are hopeful that their cry would spur the government into action so that those who are still in captivity, including an 85-year-old grandmother, will be delivered soon.
Mental health is just like any other illness, and as such, the society must stop the stigmatization against sufferers of this disease. This was the submission of elite psychiatrist Dr. Kafayat Ogunshola while fielding questions from the newsmen at the 2022 annual general meeting of the Medical and Dental Consultant Association of Nigeria, Ebute Meta Chapter, Lagos State. PlusTV News correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun has details in this report.
Mental health is one of the diseases dreaded by society. It affects the cognitive, behavioral, and emotional well-being of a sufferer. Conditions such as stress, depression, and anxiety can all affect mental health and disrupt a person's routine. The situation usually worsened as a result of societal stigma attached to such conditions. Sufferers get withdrawn and are willing to speak out about their condition or even contemplate suicide. These medical professionals are worried about the increasing cases of the disease.
Doing life itself is filled with a lot of stressors. It could be ill health, it could be life events that one did not see coming. The loss of a loved one, the loss of a job, financial troubles. It could even be the society itself, the economic problems and the challenges in Nigeria is also a major stressor for many of us. So yes, whilst all of this is going, one has to pay attention to the self-care, because if you're here, if you do the list, I did a A to Z of self-care, which includes things like affirming yourself, the ability to breathe, understanding what are the things within your control, focusing on the things that are within your control.
Another issue on the chest of these medical professionals is that of brain drain. They lamented the exodus of Nigerian doctors to other countries for greener pastures.
Globally, but more in this country with respect to the brain drain that we're experiencing presently, we decided to give the team thriving as a professional in the current environment. We know that there has been issue of exodus of doctors, health workers generally, consultants especially in recent time. So we are deciding to look at this, or decided to look at this matter. Those of us that are here, is it that we are just staying for staying sake, or is there anything that we need to do in order to make sure that we are not left behind?
They called on the federal government to do something urgent to make the environment conducive as well as address their welfare.
When you operate an environment you are operating in, for instance, you are not sure of light, you are, as a surgeon, you have to consider the electricity, consider this in fixing your surgery date. It's not the best. So these are part of the factors that, if addressed, will reduce what we have in terms of the exodus of professionals, doctors in particular.
The theme of the 2022 AGM is Thriving as Professionals in the Current Environment. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedokun, PlusTV News.
The Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, in collaboration with Alimosho Local Government, Idimu and Ikotun Local Council Development Areas, have organized a program to sensitize the people on the dangers of silence in the face of sexual and gender-based violence. The sensitization program took place in Alimosho Local Government. Our correspondent, Paul George, reports.
Gathered in the hall are mostly women and a few men adorned in T-shirts with the inscription, "It's on us." They've all come out to listen and get more information on different forms of sexual violence.
This is like the first phase of our project at the local government, but we are coming back to also train the WAPA people and also the CDCs and CDA chairmen. Recently, I can say vividly that on an average, we get a case of nothing less than 10 survivors who walk to the office and also who report via the virtual referral platform.
The facilitator, Bose Ironse, says gone are the days when women will keep quiet in the face of threats to life. She speaks alongside others.
The community people need to understand. They need knowledge, they need information to understand what is going on. They need effective reporting pathways for them to be able to know what to do when they are affected in one form or the other. Some people want justice. There are some people they don't really want, they just want anything. It's their choice. But when it comes to children, parents don't have a choice than to report that case, so that the government can take it over.
The purpose of this gathering is to enlighten our men, our women on child abuse and sexual violence. We have some people that have lost their life, they've lost their dignity, they don't have anybody to report to, they don't know what to do, they are ashamed. That's why we come out to enlighten people, to give them confidence of speaking out whenever they experience any difficulty, any abuse, any violence, so that the government can come to their aid.
The first thing is to sensitize the citizenry that they should see something, say something, and do something immediately. We should also include the law enforcement agencies by sensitizing them that once this happens, they don't need to body shame the victim, because sometimes we've had argument that because women are walking naked, that's why they're being raped. But what about the case of a 3-year-old or a 1-year-old? Were they walking naked?
To nip domestic violence in the bud, those affected are encouraged to speak up at the sight of a threat. Paul George, PlusTV News.
It is not a good time for fish farmers in Ijebu-Ode, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, as they are currently faced with flooding occasioned by the torrential rainfall that has continued to wreak havoc on their business. The report.
Over 200 farmers whose ponds are located at Ikongbagoro of Ijebu-Ode in Odogbolu local government area have continued to suffer the disaster caused by flooding. Rather than being a blessing, the rainfall to them is a curse on their investments.
Pond at the back there, and this one, and this one in front here. There's no fish inside again. Everything wiped away.
Fish of over 1 year.
Fish of over 1 year. Everything wiped away. Everything wiped away. No fish again. We don't know where we're going to start the business again. We want you to help us. Please help us.
I'm standing here. Over 75,000 kilograms of fishes was swept away from my farm. And I have a lot of workers, everybody, and I got loan from different sources also. As I'm standing here right now, I'm only standing by the grace of God. And no government, when we graduated from school, no government provided job for us. We are hustlers.
About 5 clusters exist in the settlement, which include Ifeoluwa, Ashejere, Progressive, Joye, and Kajola. Catfish worth millions of naira have been lost as a result of lack of basic infrastructure like good road network and proper drainage system to channel the floodwaters.
Again, precisely on the 8th of July 2022, this year, we experienced another flood disaster of unimaginable magnitude after the terrestrial rainfall that lasted for several hours non-stop. resulting in huge losses involving more than 5 fish farms cluster, with hundreds of farmers suffering heavy losses in Ifeoluwa, Progressive, Ashejire, Kajola, and Joye.
All they want is the government's responsiveness to their plight.
Several complaints. Official of the NEMA, National Emergency Management Agency, and SEMA, Ogun State Emergency Management Agency, approached us for information gathering. The losses we incur occasioned by the flood, with assurance to recompense farmers to at least mitigate and ameliorate the losses suffered by farmers. Till date, nothing has heard from both agency and collecting our data regarding what we lost.
Mainly because the road is bad, the drainage system is too narrow to accommodate the water, and again, our stream, the Yemule stream, that stream is long overdue for dredging. So we are appealing to the state government, to the federal government, to assist us in dredging that stream so that the waterways can be widened and the depth can also be increased.
All efforts to get the authorities to comment on possible plans to remedy the challenges did not yield results. The farmers are demanding the dredging of Yemule River, immediate reconstruction of Ikongba Road, and self-loans with low interest rate to ameliorate the effects of the damage on their businesses.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Report. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Uime Elijah. Thanks for watching.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good evening, I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. Commuters were stranded for several hours along the Ibadan-Ife Expressway as the National Association of Nigerian Students mounted a roadblock at Bogon Bypass. The protest, which has been going around major cities, is against the 9-month-long strike embarked upon by the Academic Staff Union of Universities ASU. Addressing reporters, members of the association said the protest has become imperative in order to press home their demand for immediate resolution of the face-off between ASU and the federal government. Now, President Muhammadu Buhari has announced a 200 million naira gift for Nigerian medalists at various international games, including the Commonwealth Games, for their outstanding performances. The president also presented an award of recognition to world record sportswoman Tobi Emusho during a reception for the Nigerian 2022 Commonwealth contingent. The team members were also awarded national honors. Meanwhile, President Buhari is presiding over the National Security Council meeting at the Presidential Villa in Abuja. In attendance at the meeting, Vice President Yemi Oshibajo, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Boss Mustafa, the National Security Advisor, Major General Babagana Mongano, retired, and the Chief of Staff to the President, Professor Ibrahim Gambari. Also in attendance are the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, the Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Geoffrey Oyama, his Police Affairs counterpart, Mohammed Magaridin Yagdi, and Minister of Defense, Major General Bashir Mangashi, retired. The federal government has disbanded the National Task Force on the prohibition of illegal importation, smuggling of arms, ammunition, light weapons, chemical weapons, and pipeline vandalism. The Minister of Interior, Rauf Aregbesola, made the announcement while briefing State House correspondents after the National Security Council meeting in Abuja. Now, following the crisis that is rocking the PDP, one of the leaders in the Delta State chapter of the People's Democratic Party, Comrade Sonny Onuesoke, has said that the party's national chairman, Senator Iyocha Ayu, is not the problem of the party. He said it is important for all party faithfuls to put the house in order and work for the success of the party come 2023 in the country. Onuesoke, who made this statement in an interview with our Sabah correspondent upon Majaro Friday in Odu local government area of Delta State, appealed to the governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, to accept peace in the party.
Really negotiate. Is it Ayu the major thing that you think if Ayu is there, we give PDP the victory we are looking for? It's a simple answer, no. We've gone past that stage. I think what we should be advocating for, what Winke and the leadership of the party and the electorate should be focusing upon, it's a very simple issue. We need a winning trump card. We need a strong winning ace card. You know, so it's enough of exposing our integrities in the press. You think APC doesn't have issues? They do have issues. Like I keep telling other people, Winke is same thing like Amechi from Rivers State. But they kept their cool. They're going to harmonize their own. So the issue of this, we flying this, somebody talks to you, you abuse him to say, think of how you will deliver Kaduna State. That was the last statement he made to McCarthy. Those kind of stuff. And I do not think it is proper at this time. It's not proper at this time. I think Winke is enough. He should try and shield his sword. He has never been a spy in the party. Winke is that kind of man that tells you blue is blue, black is black. So what we are saying, yes, it could be offended psychologically, spiritually, or physically, or politically. But what we are trying to say is enough. He has played a father figure. We do recognize him 2015, 2019, like other sitting governors like him. Fine, we quite agree. He has already been playing the manfred of the party. But then it's enough. Enough is enough for Winke. It's getting out of hand. Enough is enough. It's creating an impression that there's it's creating an impression that there's a national problem with PDP. No, that's not true. That's not true. He's doing this thing, we push it on Esther, and some of the sitting PDP governor will tell him, we'll come to a point and will tell him, my friend, the role you played in 2015, the same role we played. If we didn't play that role, we wouldn't have won our state. It's a very simple calculation. I do appreciate it. We do appreciate it, but enough of Winke. Enough is enough. Because we need to move ahead.
The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the Independent National Electoral Commission to recognize the former Minister of Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio, as an All-Progressive Congress senatorial candidate. The court ordered the electoral umpire to accept and publish Akpabio's name as APC's senatorial candidate for Akwa Ibom Northwest Senatorial District in 2023. In a judgment on Thursday, Justice Emeka Nwite held that INEC acted illegally by refusing to accept and publish Akpabio's name after it was sent by the APC. The lawmaker representing Ogbomosho North local government at the Oyo State House of Assembly, Honorable Wumi Oladeji, has urged women to always endeavor to support other women trying to make positive impact on the society at any level, especially in politics. Honorable Wumi made the appeal while receiving an award by the national president of the National Council for Women Society, Ajie Lami Adamu, in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, added that the pace of women in politics and governance is predicated on how well women support their fellow women. She appealed to women to consolidate on their numeric strength and mobilize themselves towards collection of PVCs, as it is the only democratic means of electing good leaders with genuine intent to serve the people.
We'll be going to electioneering period. That we should rally around ourselves against persons that they were all clamoring for. So they allow it to see the light of the day. And there's another bill again that is child sexual offences bill. Violence against women passed into law. And I want to tell all this afternoon that we should all rise up and raise our voices against all forms of violence against women.
Meanwhile, the lawmaker representing Ogbomosho North State constituency at the Night Oyo Assembly, Honorable Bimbo Olawumi Oladeji, has been conferred with the prestigious Outstanding Lawmaker Award by the National Council for Women Society, Nigeria. And to other parts of Africa, a Chadian rebel in prison for several months in Egypt has been pardoned by Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi before being released, according to the government. Tom Adimi, twin brother of Timan Adimi, leader of the Chadian Armed Group Union of Resistance Forces, was released after several months of imprisonment in Egypt and should return to Chad at the end of the week. The Adimi brothers, nephews of former Chadian President Idris Deby, who died on his way to the front line against the rebels in 2021, were in the 1990s two figures in the regime of Mr. Deby, who ruled the country with an iron fist for 30 years. And outside Africa, Sweden's prime minister has resigned after her government was defeated in Sunday's election. Anderson's centre-left bloc lost narrowly to a bloc of right-wing parties, 176 seats to 173, with 99% of the votes counted. Moderate party leader Ulf Kristersson is now expected to form a government. His right-wing grouping includes the Sweden Democrat, a far-right party that has campaigned against the rising gang shootings. And in business, the National Bureau of Statistics has said that Nigeria's headline inflation climbed to a new high of 20.52% in August on a year-on-year basis. This was 3.52 percentage point higher compared to the rate recorded in August 2021, which was 17.01%. This is contained in the Federal Statistics Office Consumer Price Index report for the month of August 2022. And in sports, in football, the Abuja office of the league management company has been sealed off after President Buhari orders its liquidation. On Friday, the Sports Ministry ordered the Nigerian Football Federation to immediately withdraw the LMC's operational license, citing a court ruling. Meanwhile, the LMC has reaffirmed its legality, stating that there is no court order declaring the company illegal, nor is there an illegal petition in the court challenging its legality. And finally, 20-time Grand Slam singles champion Roger Federer has announced that he will retire from tennis after the Laver Cup in September. The 41-year-old Swiss has not played since Wimbledon 2021 when he underwent knee surgery. Federer made his professional debut age 16 in 1998 and won his first Grand Slam title at Wimbledon in 2003. Only Spain's Rafael Nadal with 22 majors and Serbia's Novak Djokovic with 21 have more men's Grand Slam singles titles than Federer. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Hydration is when you have enough water content in your body, then you're hydrated. And what is dehydration? Dehydration is the opposite of hydration. That's lack of water. And a lot of people are suffering from dehydration. Why are they suffering from dehydration? A lot of people find it difficult to drink water. It's healthy for you to get up in the morning and drink water, a glass of water. Cleanses your system. It makes you start on a good mood. It's when you take enough water, your skin equally glows. You know, your mood is well balanced. You're not feeling tired, because when you are dehydrated, you tend to feel tired. You tend to feel sick because your body is toxic. You understand? So your body is toxic, and things that are not supposed to be in your body are being retained in your body instead of it being flushed out. When you are properly hydrated, then you pee, you go to the toilet, you urinate, you sweat well, which is very, very healthy. In doing that, the excess things you do not require, the toxins you do not require are passed out from the body. So it makes you healthy. Watermelon is good. Watermelon has a lot of water, Pineapple is good. You know, you can take this fruit like cucumber. If you okay, let me just give you these little tips. You can do your mix your cucumber, blend your cucumber with watermelon, blend it with a bit of beetroot, add a bit of ginger to it. It will keep you very, very energized. It will keep you alert when you have your then add apple to it, because definitely apple is going to sweeten it up, but not too much. So you can add apple to it, but it's going to keep you energized for the day. Then another combination, like I said, is an addition to another combination that can give you enough energy for the day. You can have your kale, you can have a bit of pineapple, you can have a bit of so when I say a bit, it is now for you to come to us and ask us what the bit is. But so you have your banana, you have your kale, you have your pineapple, you can add a bit of chai seed to it. Blend is energy given. Kale on its own is powerful. Is a power bank of veggies. Then banana is another. So you have your banana there, you have your pineapple, you have your kale, you have your chai seed. If you want, you can add a bit of ginger to it, depending on. But you're beautiful with that. Then with water, you're fine. Well, we need to have fruit in our life, because we don't want to go to the hospital. They help fight. They help combat diseases in the body. So you derive vitamins from fruits. Your body absorbs your food properly when you eat well. When you take in fruits, your body metabolizes the food you eat. You're not constipated while you eat. Your body metabolizes your food properly. When you take enough fruit, you have a very glowing skin. When you take fruits, you have vitamins, it helps aging. Some of us that are tending towards, and we don't want to look old, take enough fruits. You'll be fine. Your face, your skin, everything will glow. You have to find out what that child likes. All children are not the same, so you need to know what that child likes. When you find out what the child likes, then you start mixing fruit together. Most children, not all of them anyway, they have sweet tooth. So it could be a combination of banana with some other things, But the first thing is to find out what the child likes. When you get what the child likes, then day in, day out, you introduce it into their meals. You can make it into smoothies. You can make it into juice for them, because it's easier to take. When you make juices or you make smoothies, it's easier for them to take a whole lot of nutrients into their body within a short time. So I would talk from experience. If I want to, cucumber for example, not everybody likes cucumber because cucumber is tasteless. But for you to enjoy cucumber has high water content and is really good for the body. But for you to enjoy cucumber, you can combine your cucumber with other fruits that you love to eat. Take for example, some people like pineapple, some people like apple. Combine it with the fruit you enjoy, then you can make it into probably juice. You can juice it, you can make smoothies of it. You can make your salad interesting. When I say interesting, make your veggies, add some fruit to it. Add your chicken and all that, then add some fruit to it. Most fruit gives your normal vitamins. So I'm going to start with apple. Apple will help you with your digestion. The beetroot will help you with metabolism. Citrus fruits, lemon for example, cleanses your system.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Story. Once upon a time, there was a very young, agile, vivacious, spunky, unconventional Pekin. You have all come to know and love as Brother Direli, Shewere, and all of the above. But you see, getting to this very point in time has been a story of hurdles. I have crossed so many hurdles. I've broken down ceilings. I've crashed barriers. I've scaled mountains, figuratively speaking. Because you know what? For every single door that was shut on my face, you know what? I found another door. For every time I was put in a box, I jumped right out of that box. I am still in an industry where I have to constantly prove myself. Not the fact that I have to prove myself to myself, but I have to prove myself every time how resilient I can be and how much of an identity and strong force that I must be. So you know what? This is my celebrity story. My story is like $1 million question rolled into one.
My story for today, which hopefully will inspire you, is that when I was 17, my mom died. And at the time, my mom was the only one that had been encouraging me as far as acting was concerned. My dad was not for it at all. And on her deathbed, she told my father, let this girl do what she wants to do. Unfortunately, he was still against it. And I went to theatre school, much to his disdain. But the thing is, even though I went through a lot of stuff because he refused to sponsor me because I was doing what he didn't want me to do, I endeavored, I worked, I had many jobs. I used to do all kinds of stuff. I used to braid hair. There's a lot of stuff I do people don't know about just to make ends meet. Some days it would be between transport and food and all kinds of things. But I endeavored, I worked hard, I stuck to what I wanted to do, and finally I am here. And as far as I'm concerned, I've only just begun. But I am here, and I'm going to keep on pushing on until that Oscar sits on top of my table. So, no matter what it is that you want to do, so far it's a good thing. Don't let anyone discourage you. There will always be a way around it if you just put your head down and put in the work.
What's up, everybody? They call me Road Boy. Now, let me share a brief and a small story for you guys, okay? I used to be a young boy who never had this experience of having parents coming to pick you in school or taking you to school. Those kind of things that if you wake up in the morning as early as 6, you dress up everything by 6:30, it will take you like 1 hour, 20 minutes to get to my school. I never had that experience of waiting for a driver to come and pick me in school, that kind of lifestyle whereby even your parents will prepare breakfast for you or lunch for you to take in school. It was all about survivors, okay? But today, I want to tell you guys something. Maybe my parents took it that way for me because they never had, but I promised myself when I was young, if I ever made money, my children are not going to go through that. I'll provide everything for my kids, transportation, security, whatever, okay? So let me tell you, so whatever you're going through in life today, make sure you keep your head up because whatever you're experiencing, it will give you that power, that strength, not to allow your kids to go through that. Road Boy says so. Bless her.
Before Jennifer's Diary, I would go for, to be honest, I did not think I was going to be an actor. I just thought I was going to sing. How I got into acting, one particular day, I went to church for rehearsals, choir rehearsal, and then I got there early. My friend called that she had written my name in some audition. I was like, audition, ads film, me? I know they do. So she was like, come through, they're waiting. So because rehearsals had not started and the place wasn't so far from where I was. So I was like, okay, I'll just go and see what's up. Thereafter, I started going for auditions and auditions and auditions. Some people will say really nasty stuff to you. Instead of them to just say, no, go. They will yab you. They will make you not believe in yourself. You'll be like, you just feel like giving up. So I just chilled. And then one particular time, I got a BC, 1,000 Days of Blackberry. My friend sent me an audition BC. It was for Jennifer's Diary. So I said, guy, I know they go. All these things, they don't already get people where they want to put there. So I'm not going to go. So I was like, go. My mom told me to go. My dad told me to go, the amazing man, and my friend. So I didn't even know what to wear. So I was discouraged, like, nah, I'm not going to go. But my friend, thankfully, she works for Genevieve at the time. By the way, I love. I cannot explain the love I have for Genevieve. The place was crowded and I don't like crowd. So I went to hide in the restroom as always. That's what I always do. So I was there till like 8 p.m. For real. I called my mom. Mom, I'm leaving. She said, no, too bad it's audition. So I stayed there. 9 p.m. I auditioned. In my head, I was like, there's no way they won't have found people they need. A couple of weeks after, they called me for the second audition. We did the third audition. We did the final reading. We're quite a number of people reading for Toyosi. At the end of the day, as God would have it, I got the role for Jennifer's Diary to play Toyosi. I did not have any idea that the character was going to have so much continuity. I don't even know. I didn't know that I was going to be in several seasons. So, yeah, and that's how I found myself in Jennifer's Diary series.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really is. It's a bit ironical. Now, these were his words, quote, "We're praying for you, kidnappers. May God grant you success in carrying out your threats to kidnap those people. But please release the innocent people in captivity." If this were the kind of people you've been abducting all this while, we wouldn't have bothered ourselves. We would instead pray and bless you because they have become a disaster to us. This is what the cleric whom you've seen on your screen said. He said, these are people who promised heaven and earth, and now they have the opportunity but became incompetent. Take them to the bush and flog them instead of humiliating innocent citizens who are striving to make ends meet. The cleric goes on to say, and please make good your threats, and we will support you with our prayers. He's visibly angry there. He was a staunch supporter of the president before he became a cleric. And this is sort of mirroring the sentiments and the views, the reactions, seen in different parts of the North, even from the bandits who are saying they wish they can lay their hands on the president. It shows that, the long-held view that Northern Nigeria is just supporting everything that the administration is doing. It's not really true. If you're looking at the price of gas or fuel, it's the same in the North as it is in the South. You're looking at the inflation in the economy, it's the same in the South as it is in the North. If you're looking at the falling Naira, it's the same in the North as it is in the South. If you look at insecurity, it's more affecting more the North than the South. That's why you're having a lot of refugees on the streets of Lagos from the northern part of the country. These are the issues. And if you watch your videos, interviews, documentaries flying around, you see the people up north are really going through hell. And they are angry with the current administration. All right. In this matter, there is no brother here. They are angry. I mean, if you remember, it was a surprise to some when Northern Elders Forum came out a year or two ago to criticize the president. So it's clear that it's gone beyond the issue of my brother, or my brother, as some will say. It's no longer a time of my brother. This time, people are saying, you know what, we want to talk to the issues. If it's affecting us, then it doesn't matter who is there. We'll criticize and we'll speak out. So it's I think it's a sarcastic one from the gentleman cleric, who is saying, go ahead and kidnap those who made life difficult for us. Let go those who are struggling to make ends meet. They're not the problem. We'll help you. We'll pray for you. We'll support you. We want to see you flog these people, is what he's saying. And of course, this seems to be, from the responses I've seen, by some people, especially in the social space, a popular view, because the average man on the street in this country feels the government is his or her problem. They feel that the president is the one responsible for all their problems in their life. So, I mean, this view will fly. But especially on a serious note, though, with the state of affairs, people wouldn't complain if anybody in government, no matter what office it is kidnapped. They'll say, yeah, at least you have a taste of medicine. I mean, look at Ekwe Madu with his ordeals in the UK. A number of persons online were happy and said, well, he deserves it because he's in government in a way. So people feel that those in government should have a taste of what the citizens are going through. So no surprises that he's received some support for his view. All right, let's move on. The next one, of course, when it came out that ASU was having a meeting, let's call it a marathon meeting, we kept watching to see what statement was put out by the organization, especially on their social media accounts, which have become one of the means and mediums through which they communicate to the public. And indeed, they came out to announce, this is the National Executive Council of the Academic Staff Union of Universities, Nigeria's Universities Lecturers Union, that a 4-week extension to the ongoing strike will commence. They're commencing a 4-week extension to the ongoing strike in public universities. Now, they made a statement, shared it on social media, but it was a statement, released by the union, which read in part, quote, following the extensive deliberations and taking into cognizance government's past failures to abide by its own timelines in addressing issues raised in the 2020 FG and ASU MOU, or MOA rather, that's Memorandum of Action, NEC resolved that the strike be rolled over for 4 weeks to give government more time to satisfactorily resolve all outstanding issues. That's a very nice way of saying we'll continue that strike. So that's that. The rollover strike, they say, is with effect from 12:01 a.m. That's yesterday, August 1. So this is where we are as far as the strike is concerned. And of course, we're not just now grappling with the strike itself. We're also having to think about a national industrial action by the Nigeria Labour Congress. And if care is not taken, the Trade Union Congress, who is saying that they will embark on a strike, a 3-day strike. This is not a protest. The one that happened last week was a protest. The one that is coming next is a strike. They will down tools in the entire country for 3 days if the federal government does not give ASU what they want. So ASU is simply saying, I think it's a diplomatic way of putting things, that they want to give the federal government more time. I mean, they could have easily given the government more time, by going back to the classroom. I mean, you still give them time, but they're simply saying we are not going to resume until you give us what we want. So it's the suffering of Nigerian students continues. I think the private universities will be smiling to the bank. Of course, the foreign university will be smiling to the bank. The Naira will keep struggling because you have to get these monies, US dollars to pay for, and pounds to pay for those who want to go to school abroad. And a lot of people now, for them, the only option for their children is to fly them out of the country to school. Just fly them anywhere. Or you get a private university admission for your child. But what happens to the indigent children, the ones who can't afford, to go to private universities? Parents can take them to private institutions. What happens to them? Many of these people in authority today, in positions of power in the country, benefited from one scholarship or the other, which were quite common in their day. This time you have to pay, even to go to a public institution. All right, but to even attend that public institution is a problem because of the inconsistencies, and it's a sad one. The president of Nigeria had made a statement when he went to his country home for the Salah holidays to, say he understands what the parents are going through. He tried to paint a picture of what parents and teachers students are going through. Somehow even speaking for them, but you begin to wonder if you're speaking for them, you're the one who has the solution. So what are you saying? But another question, the Minister of Labor and Productivity, Senator Dr. Chris Ngige, last week again came out to say the federal government is broke and cannot afford to pay ASU the nearly 1 trillion naira they are demanding. Should ASU take a step back? Should ASU look at a way of giving the federal government some alternatives? You can't have everything sometimes in negotiations. You look for a way to find a compromise. Or will ASU stick its ground and say, give us nearly 1 trillion naira, and then we will go back to the classroom? The federal government is broke, is what they're saying. They cannot afford this money. Interestingly, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria had told the Minister of Education to take over the negotiations with the union. And of course, this was led or spearheaded by the Minister of Labor and Employment. All this while it hasn't yielded any result. Let's see what happens in the next 4 weeks if ASU will go back to the classroom if this situation can be resolved. That's the size of a top trending segment right here on The Breakfast. We'll be back, and when we return, we'll look at what the newspapers are saying today. Please stay with us. Welcome back. It's still The Breakfast on Plus TV Africa. We have interesting headlines on the front pages of the national dailies, and it's time to dive straight into them. Of course, our guest usually on Tuesdays is Chris Kende-Wandu, the Executive Director of the African Governance and Leadership Initiative, and he'll be joining us in a matter of seconds or minutes. All right, so let's get straight into the first newspaper. The first one, of course, we have the Leadership newspaper, and interesting headlines. Paper going, giving its leading headline to coverage of the INEC voter registration. And of course, this is an interesting one with a kicker PVC registration deadline. As INEC registers 2.8 million in 1 month, pressure mounts for extension. That's coming in the Leadership. As INEC registers 2.8 million in 1 month, pressure mounts for extension. The writers to that: Commission insists on deadline, says law allows it. CSOs urge electoral body to review position, says millions will be disenfranchised. 80% of new registrants are youth. Institute. Okay, you can read some more to know which institute that is referring to. But of course, is this going to continue ad infinitum, like Festus Okoye would normally say? Is there no end in sight? When will it be enough? When will it be enough? When can INEC now focus on preparing for the election? When do these CSOs want INEC to stop? I don't know if they've given a date, but the truth is that INEC cannot continue, indefinitely. It just can't. All right, let's go on to more headlines from the Leadership. At the top of that front page, again, ASU extends strike by 4 weeks. Varsity students kick, and the picture there of the ASU national president. Varsity students kicking. Will it change anything? Chris Kende-Wandu will tell us what he thinks when he is with us. Bandits kill 7, abduct 15 Plateau. Kaduna, really sad one. Bandits kill 7, abduct 15 Plateau. Kaduna State's really sad one there. Battle over NDDC board appointment rages. Pandev slams politicians. Battle over NDDC board appointment rages. Pandev slams politician. The paper says that the Pan-Niger Delta Forum has blamed top politicians' wrong attitude over the years for the lackluster impact of the Niger Delta Development Commission to the region, as some politicians or political gladiators in the ruling party, the All Progressives Congress, the paper says, from the South-South zone are still battling to influence the appointment of their cronies into the board of the commission. That's what the paper is saying. You can read more on that on page 7 of the leadership. More from the paper. UBA names Alabua as new GMD, appoints DMD EVs. The bank is taking some picture space on several papers, and I think their money is working for them. Of course, they are on TV. All right. Naseni partners Czech Republic to develop agriculture. Commonwealth Games. Yusuf picks Nigeria's 4th medal. It's medal galore for Nigeria at the Commonwealth Games. The country, it's doing quite well, but we need more. We need more. We need more. And of course, the women are leading the way as far as the medal haul is concerned. That should really give us some food for thought in this part of the world. Final one from the leadership. PDP Board of Trustees meets on Atiku, Wike, others tomorrow. Let's see if they can have any result as far as Wike is concerned. Quite interesting. Over to The Nation. With the leading headline on the front page of The Nation this morning, Northwest, Southwest lead on voter registration. Northwest, Southwest lead in voter registration. Of course, yesterday we did some analysis of this, and it was said that the North was lagging behind the South in total registrations. But when it comes to the individual states, the individual geopolitical zones, if you want to call it that, though that is not in the Constitution of Nigeria, you have these two leading. I think for the Southwest, Lagos; for the Northwest, Kano. All right. More from The Nation newspaper this morning. Explains surge in crime. Minister challenges security agencies. Explains surge in crime. Minister challenges security agencies. And you can see a picture of Issa Pantami, Minister of Communications and the Digital Economy. All right. More from The Nation. Kaduna residents flee as gunmen abduct over 50. My oh my, Kaduna State again. Police beef up security in Oyo, Ondo, Ekiti. PDP, BOT to mediate in Atiku Wike face off. All right. Intrigues as Amici Akpabio Silva battle for control of NDDC. Don't come home until Kanu is released. IPOB tells Abuja-based Southeast politicians. So even the Einaya Bible can't go home after all he has done. I mean, standing surety for the man. Well, we'll talk some more about that with our guest. Knocks for federal government ASU over extension of strike. Interesting one. More from the paper. Rumpus over planned conduct of a council poll in Osun. OPEC SecGen Al-Ghaiz resumes. Some headlines on the front page of The Nation. Over to The Punch, and a quite colorful front page has these headlines. The leading one there, planned attacks. Police strategize, NSCDC warns as terrorists infiltrate South. And I don't know, maybe the NSCDC should have I added to its name, the I there standing for intelligence, because the NSCDC seems to be the one giving the intelligence reports, the security reports these days. I'd like to know what the secret is, the secret formula to this new and interesting development, or let's call it new improved NSCDC. Let's go again. Planned attacks, police strategize, NSCDC warns as terrorists infiltrate South. And with the following riders, Lagos CP, area tactical commanders hold emergency meeting, call for vigilance. FRSC declares a war on unregistered motorcycles. Arewa youth demand NSA's sacking. All right, and 7,222 killed, 3,823 abducted in 7 months. Omotekun advises residents. For the FRSC, declaring war on unregistered motorcycles, I do not know if they would also find their way to the savannah parts of Abuja, the mountainous areas and the bushy areas, the forests of Kaduna, to also speak to the bandits and challenge them over the unregistered motorcycles as well. Because sometimes you wonder if the aim is to fight, to also add their voice, or let's put it in a local way, put their mouth into this, banditry and terrorism talk, FRSC. I mean, what good does it do if you were just talking about the unregistered bikes in Lagos, in Port Harcourt and other parts of the country? The problem is banditry. So if you want to do it, you have to do it well. So are they going to go to the bushes of Zambiza, Kaduna, and other places to also, do their job? Well, I just hope that, the average man on the street will not be victimized because of this. Just hope that nobody will be victimized because of this. More from the Punch. FG plans 712 billion naira mortgage to fund 100,000 houses. This is on page 21. Sometimes when you see these amounts these days and you see FG side by side, hundreds of billions, you have to skip a beat because, of course, we know that, like Ngige said, the federal government is broke. Let's go on. Northwest, Southwest lead as INEC registers 96.2 million. Of course, we're all waiting for the official figures to drop, and the papers now have that material, that content, let's call it that, and they're making good material from that with the analysis and reports of the figures coming from INEC. The riders to that, Lagos, Kano, Kaduna, Rivers, Katsina, top 31 other states. Youth make up 71% of new voters. Women outnumber men. Women outnumber men as far as the voting, the newly registered voters are concerned. Quite interesting. Very interesting indeed. More from the Punch. Wike, PDP BOT meets Wednesday, plans peace panel. All right. I hope the man will be around for them when they want to visit him, because, of course, he's been traveling a lot these days. More from the Punch. After 168 days strike, ASU issues a 4-week extension. A 4-week extension. Buhari lacks ability to tackle insecurity, Katsina NNPP chairman. Health workers fault non-payment of new hazard allowance. Pantami rejects new tax on calls data. Pantami rejects new tax on calls data. Interesting. We didn't increase petrol price. Marketers did. Federal government. We didn't increase petrol price. Marketers did. Federal government. Like one of the popular guys on the social media said, Lord have mercy upon us. Let's go on to another one. Lagos residents lynch mentally ill, alleged invasion of property. That's a sad one there. Legal tussle may threaten multi-billion-dollar Eco Atlantic City project. All right, really unfortunate if that actually proves true. Having looked at the headlines on the front page of the Punch, let's move on to the next one. Daily Trust, who seem to be doing some good work in recent time. Daily Trust have been doing some good work in recent time, and they're going different. They're going different today, which is quite impressive, if you ask me. Dollar remittance, presidency wades into CBN NNPC feud. I mean, I think it's about time someone wrote about that, and the paper has yet again, set itself apart. Dollar remittance, presidency wades into CBN NNPC feud. We remitted over $2 billion to our account with Apex Bank. It's all from, it was in the papers yesterday. How CBN augmented NNPC's $1.6 billion remittance, or $1.6 billion remittance for oil imports. All right. So the new story is that the presidency is wading into this. So is this President Buhari or is this the presidency at large? Well, the paper says that the presidency has waded into the controversy raging between the Central Bank of Nigeria and the Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation Limited. All right, that was Company Limited. Over the dwindling fortune of the Naira. Daily Trust gathered from reliable sources yesterday. The CBN on Friday, the paper writes, blamed the non-remittance of dollars to foreign reserves by the NNPC as a reason for the plunge in the Naira at the official and parallel markets. Of course, that was also captured in newspaper review previously. The Daily Trust says at the time of the allegation, the Naira traded for 700 to the dollar, and the parallel market at 415.96 to the dollar at the official market. But in what could be seen as contradicting the CBN claim, a document from the NNPC on Sunday showed that the company remitted a total of $2.7 billion to its account with the CBN from January to June this year. Financial experts and some Nigerians, the paper writes, were taken aback at the counterclaims by the federal government institutions, with some of them describing the development as an embarrassment to the country. All right, the paper continues, although the spokesman for the CBN, Mr. Sita Onwa-Nibosi, was not immediately available for comments. No surprises there. Some top officials of the Apex Bank said the presidency had waded into the matter. All right, let's hope that the CBN will come back to tell us, the continuation, explain what they meant by saying that the NNPC had not been remitting dollar proceeds into their CBN account. All right. More from Daily Trust. Again, air fares spike as Abuja-Kano flight costs 135,000 naira. Again, I say, Lord have mercy upon us. 135,000 naira. It'll be curious to know, I'm curious to know if the trains are still working, because the trains are working. For some routes in the north, it could be easier to take the trains. I know that in the southwest, we have the routes working. CVR, Lagos-Kano Delta lead as fresh registration hits 12.3 million. CVR, Lagos-Kano Delta lead as fresh registration hits 12.3 million. 4 traders killed, 14 travelers abducted in Taraba. Some very sad news there. ASU extends strike by another 1 month. And LNG Train 7 reaches 26% construction, MD says. Gambari flags off Naseni's Agric Institute and School Acquisition Center in Nasarawa. Gambari flags off Naseni's Agric Institute Scale Acquisition Center in Nasarawa. And the final one, Pantami kicks against new tax on calls and data. Interesting one that we should analyze when our guest is comfortably seated. All right, these are some of the headlines coming on the front page of the Daily Trust newspaper. I would take a very short break now, and when we come back, we'll do some more reading, look at some of the details of these particular, some of the stories on the front pages of these papers. Please stay with us, and we...
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be like, really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be like in terms of like the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that will stack up with any book published elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something, and then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on PlusTvAfrica.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Technology exposed INEC to greater public scrutiny and increased pressure, says Mahmoud Yaqub. Today on Civic Education, we look at the task that is ahead of INEC in the 2023 elections. And Ayu must go, says Southwest PDP to Atiku. This is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anako. Today being the International Day for Democracy provides an opportunity for us to review the state of democracy in individual nations. Democracy is as much a process as a goal, and only with the full participation and support of the international community, national governing bodies, civil society and individuals. That way, the ideal of democracy can be made into a reality and enjoyed by everyone, everywhere. In a move to ensuring free, fair and credible elections come 2023, Chairman of the Commission, Mahmoud Yakubu, said the deployment of the technology, in the conduct of elections has exposed Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to greater public scrutiny and increased pressure. In a briefing on the Ekiti and Osun off-cycle governorship elections, he admitted that managing the 2023 elections would be daunting. He also said due to the exploration in voter populations, the conduct and management of electoral processes have become more complex. Well, joining us to discuss this is Adenike Aloba. She is the Program Director and Managing Editor for Data Fight. And Paul James is Head of Elections for Yaga Africa. Gentleman and lady, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Paul,
thank you, Marianne.
Yeah, Paul, I'm going to start with you because, like I always say, you go and observe as many elections as possible across the country, and sometimes outside of the country. Now, let's start with the statement of the INEC chairman, who's saying that technology has exposed INEC and, of course, presented some form of pressure. And the job and the task that's ahead of them come 2023 will be daunting. Many have trusted the fact that, with technology being introduced into the system, we can all go to sleep and be certain that free, fair and credible elections will take place in Nigeria. What do you think people who are of that opinion should know?
Well, each time we have new innovations in our election, one call you want to make is cautious optimism because, of course, you want to understand the entire chain of the operation of whatever is being introduced into the system. But then this is not the first time that we are having technology deployed in our elections. It started as way back as some 12 years ago when we started introducing a bit of biometrics with the DDC machines that were introduced for the voter capture. And then we saw the smart card reader that was introduced also through to the 2015 election, 2019 election. And now we're talking beavers. But alongside also, we have seen other innovations in the application of technology in our election. For instance, accreditation is done using technology now, both for observers and also for political parties. But as these things are happening, they also come with their own complexities. For instance, INEC have not decided that election results can be viewed online. Beyond that also is the fact that the new electoral act that we have has now mandated INEC to transmit election results online and also to do accreditation online. Like I said, it comes with its own challenges. You need the capacity to be able to manage this. You also need the resources in terms of even the equipment to be able to manage this. We saw, for instance, before Osun, there were even complaints about the size of the online portal that INEC has that can manage the volume of reports that will be coming from Osun. In fact, at some point, even when the results had been transmitted on the INEC online result viewing portal, the portal was down for some moment. And a lot of people didn't realize that. And even when the portal came up, it was also slow. So that's why I talked about cautious optimism. For the part of INEC, it is smart economics that it is beginning to check what will be the infrastructure need. It comes with its own resources and all of that. So don't forget, these are also processes that were done on a small scale. 2023 election will be on a larger scale. What I thought INEC didn't do well in those two elections was the fact that before the election, I anticipated that there would have been some test run. We had the beavers deployed first in the Isoko-South by-election on September 11, 2021. And after that, we went to Anambra. And after Anambra FCT, we saw the challenges that came with those applications. After FCT, INEC now did on a bigger scale Ekiti and Osun, but it did test run before these two elections in 12 locations in Ekiti, in 12 locations in Osun. But I am saying that this is still not enough. If we recall in 2015, before the the smart card reader was applied nationwide, INEC had to do some test run. There was a test run that happened at the National Assembly and also some mock election that happened across all the geopolitical zones. So you anticipate that all of these stress tests should have been applied before you go into that election. I wouldn't know whether the resources for the election have totally been committed to INEC, so I would not even want to begin to say INEC shouldn't make any excuses. But whatever it is, now that we know that the new law had now allowed INEC to use technology in our election, whatever we need to do to get it right must start happening now.
Talking about scrutiny, let me come to you, Nike. You, of course, work with data, so let's talk data now. Paul just made mention of the fact that at some point, the site where information was being sent to for INEC crashed for a bit. And then, of course, this was just for a small state. Now we're looking at a general election, and this is going to cut across the whole country. What should INEC be doing in terms of this technology? Because it's great, it's all amazing for INEC to be imbibing or introducing technology. But what kinds of upgrades and let's see, expansions, or maybe divesting to other people or companies that may be able to support them? What can be done in that area?
Yes, thank you very much. And I think I'm just going to take a leap from where Paul stopped, and it's that we need to test and test and test again. The one thing that is clear to us right now is that the system as may not be sufficient. And I think it's safe to say, in fact, that it will not be sufficient to handle the volume of the 2023 election. So it is critical. Let's make sure that the server that wants to host election details coming from across the country is functioning well. Let's make sure that beavers are working well and that there is enough. Right now, we know that some news reports have said that INEC plans to deploy 200,000 beavers machines for the elections. But we also know that we have 176,846 polling units, and about a 47% increase from what we had in the previous general election. So the question is, that's about an average of 1-to-1, so which is 1 beavers to 1 polling unit. Will that be sufficient? Will that work? How is that supposed to work? And here's the thing. Thank God for technology. Thank God that, and I think I like the fact that INEC knows that people are watching and technology has opened them up to more scrutiny. But I think that should just help them to internalize some of the conversations that are happening now around optimizing technology for the elections. Take those lessons like the one we're sharing right now, and then let's begin to see action, because it is critical. We know what is happening with NIMC. We've had a series, in and out of downtimes. People go to banks and they can't access their BVN because they say the NIMC system is down, and all these other gaps. So we know that when it comes to technological infrastructure, we're not exactly 100%. So this is the time to begin to run checks. This is the time to begin to do the kind of coalitions with the kind of bodies, organizations that have expertise in doing these things. And I understand the very important nature of elections and how, we've had those conversations of, technology, will we be open to hacking and, all these other things. But then for every down that we discuss around technology, there's an up. So this is the time to begin to internalize the questions that is being asked from the media, being asked from civil society, and then begin to take critical action, because like they said, we are watching.
Interesting. Back to you, Paul. I'd like to go back to what Mahmoud Yaqub said about the elections. He talked about the fact that even though technology has ensured seamless voter registration process, as well as other things, he's saying that there's a need to be focused on civic education programs. Now, this comes back to you because I know that PlusTvAfrica does a lot in collaboration with other agencies or non-governmental agencies in the civic space. But how much information do you think is out there? Is it enough? Is it halfway there? Or have we even barely scratched the surface? I always ask this question because, again, how many people who do not necessarily have access to social media like you and I get the information that they need to be armed with in preparation for the elections? Paul, are you there?
I am here. So I like the fact that this is also coming from INEC. I am sure the INEC chair is trying to draw lessons from Kenya because he was in Kenya. I was also in Kenya. One of the challenges we saw from the Kenya election was the low voter involvement. Voter participation dropped from 79% that it was in the last election in 2017 to 64% this time. Beyond that also was the concern of voter education. The commission complained that they did not have enough resources to do voter education. They had 5 years to plan for that election. They don't even do off-cycle elections that we do in Nigeria. So a lot happened. And then the election came. The commission had planned to register a minimum of 6 million people, but they did a little above 1.8 or thereabout million newly registered voters. So I'm sure those are the places that INEC chair, he's taking some lessons from. I want to see how we apply that to Nigeria. The challenge with our elections is that oftentimes we reduce this engagement. We make this engagement episodic. We wait until very close to the election before you begin to hear about voter education. I know resources are scarce, and especially because most of the support we get from foreign agencies. But it's time to begin to understand or realize that election is no longer that event that will happen on February 25th, but rather a cycle. It is some of what happened before, during, and even after the election. That if we begin these early engagements, perhaps we may begin to see changes in some of the numbers we have seen in the past. Traditionally, our turnout has been in the region of 34, 35%. And then good enough, in this cycle of the process, we have seen new entrants, new registrants. INEC is now grappling with over 90 million registered voters, out of which number we know before now that 72 million had collected their PVC. So we're seeing a likelihood of another 8 or so million will collect that PVC. So you're looking at an election that may engage over 80 million registered voters. How engaged are these registered voters? How many of these even know how to engage the process? Not forgetting that there are very many voters that this will be the first time that they will be engaging in the election. Do these people even know how to cast their votes? So there is so much about voter education, so much about voter information that we don't need to leave it until election day to engage.
Throwing it up back to you, Nike. We're talking about lessons that we learned from other elections that have happened, and especially the recent Osun, Ekiti, and Anambra elections. As we speak, for Osun, there's still that back and forth with INEC and the governor, the sitting governor, and of course the man who won the elections. We're hearing feelers of, certain loopholes here and there. Now, we always see these cases, and that's why we have these elections that are not necessarily, part of the main general election on the calendar. What kinds of lessons do you think that INEC needs to learn now? Because, 2023 is just really very close. Do we see the same thing happening over and over again? Because we keep saying, oh, this election was way better. We tried compared to the other. But then when we see the trajectory, can we really say that those elections were better? And these loopholes that are always, taken advantage of by politicians and then, of course, taken to courts to try, what does it do for our democracy?
The one thing that I think it's important to clarify is that we will always have people contest elections. Classic example, and it's happening all over the world. America is still in the throes of, there are still some people gathering somewhere and saying Trump actually won the elections. So those things will come up. I think INEC's role is, as we have been talking about since morning, it's almost like make sure your work is complete so that there's no drag in the system. There's no, let it not be found that INEC is wanting in the places where they shouldn't have errors or loopholes. That people will contest elections, that people will argue against results of elections are kind of normal, which then means that this is the time to begin to have conversations about election tribunals and all the, and our election laws and how our courts interpret laws, not until when it begins to happen. Because it's important that, everybody understand what is actually a loophole and what is not, and everybody is clear on avenues that can be pursued and things that are just like almost delaying the inevitable. So will politicians, to be exact, will they say, oh no, this wasn't right? Will they look for those loopholes? I don't think there's anything INEC or anyone can do about that. What INEC can do is to make sure, almost like their hands are clean, to make sure that they have crossed all the I's and dotted all the T's. And on the flip side of that is that we need to begin, and I mean, it's odd to say we need to begin when the elections is so close by, but paying attention to our courts and how they interpret the laws. So the judicial system is not tangential. It's not somewhere there where we go to when everything has now turned upside down. We actively should be asking questions of judges. Are we backed up? What do we need to adjust? How have the courts interpreted cases like this? And civil society organizations, media organizations can take advantage of this season now and say, hey, guys, I mean, like we're having a conversation now around, oh, what can INEC do better? Let's begin to have these conversations so that the court knows that the spotlight is on them as well. So that the court knows that we're going to be asking questions as well. As to what INEC can do to make sure that, people they can't stop that. Politicians will come up with anything to try to stop when it doesn't go their way. But INEC can make sure that everything is done right to the, best of their capacity. And then I think that it is critical now to begin to sort of put some attention on our judicial system, especially as it comes to the interpretation of laws when it comes to, these judicial rulings and these wranglings that happen in our courts.
Paul, Professor Yakub also expressed, the fact that many people still have fears about INEC's transparency and the level of transparency. And this does not just, go to speak to the elections. We're talking about the PVCs. Many people have said that in time past, they had gone to INEC to get their PVCs and they say, oh, well, you're from this region. We're sorry, we've been instructed, allegedly, to not give you PVCs for this election. How can INEC gain back the trust of Nigerians to be sure that those who have registered and duly asked to get their PVCs in the next month would be able to get access to those PVCs when they do show up for those PVCs? And what kind of level of transparency does INEC need to show us that we would be able to say, well, we can trust the next elections that are coming, and whatever INEC says is something to go by, and without us saying that we need to take a pinch of salt with it?
One, I think the way out of it is improved communication on the part of INEC. I talked a bit also about Osun and Ekiti. One of the problems that is coming out of this election is the fact that people are questioning some data from the election, which also connects to PVC. And this is also in relation to the new electoral act that we have. By the new electoral act, elections now will be determined by the number of PVCs that are collected and not necessarily by the number of registered voters. INEC made a commitment in those two elections that they were going to release the PVC figures before the election. INEC did not release the PVC figure for Osun or for Ekiti. The one for Osun was released on the eve of the election. So very many people did not even know about these PVC figures. Now it's turning out that there is a discrepancy of about 1,800 difference between the number of registered voters and the PVCs collected, that there are more PVCs collected in 12 local governments in Osun than you have registered voters. But I'm also not surprised that this is happening. You always see these inconsistencies, even in the 2019 election, for instance. And I said they had registered 84 million Nigerians, but we went into the election. The registered voters that were used, if you go back and do the math, you'll see that the registered voters had 82 million. Why am I saying this? If you want to build trust, it begins from the Election Commission. Most people will say, if you give me a good register, I can give you a good election. Everything revolves around the register, but then also even about the PVC. It is not rocket science. As simple as I come to the point of registration, my details is collected by INEC. INEC had my phone number. If my PVC is ready, send me a text message and say, hey, will you want to pick up your PVC, or do you want us to send it to you at your own cost? Just simple communication like this will help to build trust. We are talking about volumes of PVC cards that have not been collected. And then you're hearing about some of these things on the street. What has INEC been doing to improve communication between its offices and also the people? I was in Oshun. I was in Ife East, in Ife Central local government in Oshun State, where we saw some PVCs lying fallow. There was even the challenge of even how INEC, can assign these PVCs to people because they were not properly coded according to either local government or wards in the state. So it begins even from INEC. If INEC want to have this to be done seamlessly, at the point of collecting voter detail, they need to ensure that all of these things are in place. Voter information is important. Where do you want to pick up these PVCs? When they are ready, you share information with people. For instance, 2 days ago, Festus Okoye came up to tell us about an old data that people are debating about now, the data between June of 2021 and January of this, where INEC did cleanup of the first PVCs. Now people are confusing that against the new cleanup that INEC is doing. By the time INEC is done with this cleanup, now people begin to question the inconsistencies in these figures that INEC is releasing. So it's just about when and how INEC communicate this. It also about how INEC both at the national and also at the subnational, how they keep in touch with voters. Because sometimes you get a different communication from the national, you go to subnational, you get a different communication, a different application of the rules at the subnational level. So for instance, what I said about Ife, it wasn't just only in Ife. Across all the 30 local governments, we had people crowding INEC offices because there was no proper information about how they should collect their PVCs and even about what PVCs are ready. So I think for me, the first place to start is to INEC needs to improve on its purposes, especially communication, providing the right messages to voters.
Okay, back to you, Nike. From what Paul has said, could INEC also be a bit overwhelmed? Are they overstretched? Do they need some form of help? Because it sounds more like there's a lot of work that needs to be done and very few hands in the plow.
I wouldn't say that INEC is overwhelmed. It would be a dangerous rhetoric right now if we're beginning to think back, because what essentially if we say INEC is overwhelmed, we're then beginning to question whether or not they have the capacity to handle the election. But I would say that there can be some help in terms of voter communication. There can be some help in terms of voter education as well. I completely agree with Paul. For instance, the description, the language with which the deregistered voters that happened just in the last couple of days, the language with which it was communicated was, it opened doors for people to be asking, oh, do you mean you are disenfranchising people? You can be clearer in communication. You can be clear to the point and say, hey, this is not deregistration because somebody misspelled their name, or it is double registrations and underage registrations. You can be clearer just to make sure that there's no room for those loopholes. In terms of voter education, I would say, again, this is my constituency, so I mean, we have to do better as the media. As we cover these issues, as we report on these issues, we can infuse elements of voter education. And I think that one more thing that is critical is that subnational level media, not because everybody doesn't speak English. And now we're saying, oh, yeah, we're introducing technology. It's likely that, Mama Paul, who is, in a house in Oyo or in Anambra or somewhere, is probably wondering, oh, will I be able to vote like this now that they're using technology? So we need voter education, not just on social media, not just in the places where we're speaking English. We need voter education in local languages. That's why we need our subnational media to rise up to the challenge, to speak the language that people understand and help them. I mean, in this way, we're providing the support that the media is constitutionally supposed to provide, which is education. So we can provide that level of education. CSOs like Yaga doing the work, and I think several media organizations are, but we can do better. We can make sure that every news doesn't end at, oh yeah, INEC has deregistered 1.1 million voters. We can take the effort to provide a little context. One paragraph that says, hey, this is what the act says about, deregistering voters, and this is what INEC is saying. So there's no room for ambiguity. I know people's minds, and because this is Nigeria, of course, people are always going to question, people are always going to query, but we can reinforce truth, we can reinforce knowledge until we begin to see some kind of change. Because the reality is that we don't have a choice. It's impossible to say, INEC, we're not satisfied with what you're doing, so now we're appointing somebody else to do the job, or now we're transferring the responsibility to Nigerian Customs Service. That can happen. So whatever ways in which we can provide support to INEC, and I think INEC also has to reciprocate this support by proactively communicating, especially with media. Don't treat the media like there are some people over there who are always looking to, kind of poke your eyes and poke holes in what you're saying. Media, civil society, we are partners together in ensuring that Nigeria has a democracy that is worth being called a democracy. That Nigeria has a democracy that every 4 years we are not here to say, we don't even the state of democracy in Nigeria. And this thing keeps happening. We're not at odds in this issue. We're not at opposite ends. We should be collaborating. So proactively release data. If CSOs come to you and say, hey, we have this way we think we can support you, or we need this information because this is what we're trying to do, then they can proactively engage with these organs, because at the end of the day, media still has the power to shape narratives. So let's partner together for voter education. Let's partner together to ensure that we shake off a little bit of the apathy that we have seen time and time again with our elections. High voter registration, low voter turnout. We can't turn the tide, but then there needs to be collaboration, there needs to be partnership. There's nothing we can do about INEC right now. They have to do the job. And I see that several organizations, several individuals are saying, we're willing to support you to do the job to the best of our capacity. So let's collaborate. Let's make sure that this works to the best that we can. Then let's come back after the elections and review and make it better.
All right. Well, Adenike Aloba is a program director and managing editor for Data Fight, and Paul James is the head of elections, Yaga Africa. Gentlemen and lady, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have these kinds of conversations with you.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you for having me.
Great. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we come back, we'll be discussing the PDP and, of course, the internal wranglings and the journey to 2023. Stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent.
On the button, send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending.
Don't forget that this whole thing is driven by the frustration of Nigerian businessmen, the anger of Nigeria's youth, the failure to see the progress Nigeria should make. Take any indicator. Nigeria is at the bottom, literally at the bottom of just any indicator you can think. Why? Compared to our peers that don't have the factor endowments that we have, that don't have the human capital we have, it's clearly a leadership challenge. And the center of the problem is that it's leadership that is focused on transaction, trade-offs. You don't vote for me, I come and scrap the road that is in your neighborhood, you do this, you do that. So everything becomes me, myself, and I. Whereas the transforming leader doesn't even think of today. He thinks of the future. And what I see happening in Nigeria today, these transactional leaders are dividing Nigeria as much as they can. They are creating fake news. They are, trying to dig up some stuff for Biafra, all kinds of sentiments that will prevent Nigeria from going anywhere, just so they can have power. Okay. I think that until we can get people who think long-term and the greater good of all, we're going to find that we're going to be merged in these transactions that ultimately hold us back.
Our current status of unemployment in Lagos is extremely high. 66% of Lagosians are living on the poverty line. 20 million people are moving out in Lagos. Transportation is a crash. We have a lot of issues in this state, and we think that the method of the current leadership is snail speed, and it's focusing on gratification of individuals rather than attacking the problems, rather than facing the problems.
And during our time, we are trained to critically